Siz kulaklık...
I'll be watching from backstage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, lütfen yerinize oturabilir misiniz? Etkinliğimiz başlamak üzere. Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hoş geldiniz. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back and welcome to Ankara and welcome back to the plenary stage of the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum. We are also broadcasting live, so welcome to those of you who are joining us now online. I'm Maria Ramos. I'm a television news anchor for Turkey's international news channel, TRT World, and I'm also your Master of Ceremonies today. It's such a pleasure to be with you here today for the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum. This morning, as so many of you heard, the NATO Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary General made a series of important announcements. And they demonstrated how the alliance is uniting, innovating, and also delivering on production capacity and also on the capabilities that matter the most. And you can read all about these announcements on the NATO website and also, of course, in the press. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an amazing and very rich afternoon ahead for you today. And we have gathered here heads of state, ministers, CEOs from a very wide range of industries. And they will be sharing how NATO is working to deliver on its commitment to rapidly ramp up defense industrial production and innovation across the alliance. And before we begin, please, phones on silent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Minister of National Defense of Turkey, Yaşar Güler. Excellency, the
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcım, Sayın Genel Sekreter, Sayın Bakanlar, değerli komutanlar, savunma sanayinin değerli temsilcileri ve kıymetli konuklar, sizleri saygıyla selamlıyorum. NATO Savunma Sanayi Forumu vesilesiyle sizlerle bir arada bulunmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcım, saygıdeğer konuklar. NATO zirvesi kapsamında düzenlenen bu forumda ittifakımızın gelecekteki caydırıcılık ve savunma mimarisini şekillendirecek en kritik alanlardan birini, yani savunma sanayi kapasitemizi, üretim gücümüzü ve yenilikçi kabiliyetlerimizi ele alıyoruz. İçinde bulunduğumuz güvenlik ortamı bizlere çok açık bir gerçeği hatırlatmaktadır. Ülkeler egemenliklerini, hak ve menfaatlerini koruyabilmeleri için güçlü bir devlet yapısına, etkin bir diplomasiye, caydırıcı bir askeri kapasiteye ve sürdürülebilir bir savunma sanayi ekosistemine sahip olmalıdır. Bu çerçevede NATO'nun kolektif savunma anlayışı ve müttefikler arasındaki dayanışma ruhu ve birlikte hareket etme kararlılığı bugün her zamankinden daha fazla önem taşımaktadır. Bu kararlılığı destekleyen üretim kapasitesi, mühimmat stoku, platform modernizasyonu, sürdürülebilir tedarik zincirleri ve hızlı uyum sağlayabilen sanayi ekosistemi de bir o kadar hayatidir. Nitekim Ukrayna'daki savaş, modern harp ortamında mühimmat tedariki hızının, insansız sistemlerin, hava ve füze savunmasının, elektronik harbin ve hızlı inovasyonun ne kadar belirleyici olduğunu göstermiştir. Son dönemde Hürmüz Boğazı ve çevresinde yaşanan gelişmeler ise ulaştırma hatları güvenliğiyle tedarik zinciri yönetiminin artık savunma planlamasının ayrılmaz bir parçası olduğunu bir kez daha ortaya koymuştur. Bu nedenle artık hepimiz için temel soru şudur: taahhütlerimizi ne kadar hızlı, gerçek kabiliyete dönüştürebiliyoruz? Ankara zirvesinin ana hedeflerinden biri de müttefiklerin savunma yatırımındaki artışlarını göstermeleri, yeni yetenek hedeflerine ulaşmaları, üretim kapasitelerini büyütmeleri ve daha güçlü, daha yenilikçi, daha dayanıklı bir transatlantik savunma sanayi tabanını inşa etmeleridir. Bu bilinçle hareket eden Türkiye, savunma sanayindeki yerli ve milli üretim kapasitesini, mühendislik altyapısını küresel ölçekte dikkat çeken bir seviyeye ulaştırmıştır. Bugün kara, deniz ve hava platformlarından insansız sistemlere, elektronik harp kabiliyetlerinden hava savunma çözümlerine kadar geniş bir alanda önemli yetkinliklere sahibiz. Nitekim tersanelerimizde onlarca askeri gemi eş zamanlı olarak inşa edilmektedir. Türkiye, deniz platformları üretiminde sadece kendi ihtiyaçlarını karşılayan değil, aynı zamanda müttefiklerine ve ortaklarına da katkı sunabilen ölçekte bir kapasiteye sahiptir. Kara gücümüzün modernizasyonu kapsamında Altay ana muharebe tankımızın seri üretim safhası, zırhlı kara araçları alanında ulaştığımız teknolojik ve endüstriyel seviyenin somut göstergeleridir. Kaan programı, hava harekat alanında Türkiye'nin yüksek teknolojiye dayalı muharip hava platformları geliştirme kapasitesinde yeni bir lige çıktığını göstermektedir. Mühimmat üretimi de ittifak için en kritik başlıklardan birisidir. Son yıllarda 155 milimetrelik mühimmat üretim kapasitemizi çok hızlı biçimde artırdık ve bu alanda somut sonuç üreten müttefiklerden birisi olduk. Roketsan'ın yeni üretim ve entegrasyon yatırımlarıyla füze ve mühimmat üretim kapasitelerimizi önemli ölçüde büyütüyoruz. Aselsan ve Havelsan gibi şirketlerimizin radar, elektronik harp, haberleşme, komuta kontrol, yazılım, simülasyon ve yapay zeka destekli sistemler alanındaki yatırımları ise savunma sanayi kapasitemizi yalnızca nicelik olarak değil, nitelik olarak da ileri taşımaktadır. Tüm bunlarla birlikte NATO'nun %5 savunma yatırım taahhüdünü de önemli görüyoruz. Zira bu taahhüt aynı zamanda ittifakın caydırıcılığını güçlendirme, savunma üretimini ölçeklendirme ve ihtiyaç duyduğumuz kabiliyetleri zamanında sahaya yansıtma iradesinin somut göstergesidir. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcım, değerli konuklar, yaşanan savaşlar ve çatışmalar göstermiştir ki sahadaki başarı yalnızca mevcut stoklara değil, aynı zamanda hızlı öğrenme, hızlı üretme ve hızlı uyarlama kapasitesine bağlıdır. Drone teknolojilerinden elektronik harbe, mühimmat üretiminden yazılım güncellemelerine kadar birçok alanda askerler, mühendisler, girişimciler ve karar vericiler arasındaki mesafe kısaldıkça cephedeki etkinlik de bir o kadar artmaktadır. Bu nedenle bizlerin görevi barış zamanında bu işbirliği kültürünü inşa etmektir. Kriz ortaya çıktıktan sonra üretim hattı kurmak, tedarik zinciri oluşturmak veya ortak standart geliştirmek çok geç olabilir. Hazırlık bugünden yapılmalıdır. Çağrımız açıktır. Taahhütleri kabiliyete dönüştürelim. Kaynakları üretime dönüştürelim. Sanayi gücümüzü caydırıcılığa dönüştürelim ve ittifakımızın güvenliğini sözlerle değil, sahada karşılığı olan somut kapasiteyle güçlendirelim. Bu çerçevede forum boyunca yapılacak temas ve değerlendirmelerin gerçek projelere, ortak girişimlere, üretim mutabakatlarına ve kabiliyet çıktılarına dönüşmesini temenni ediyorum. Bu duygu ve düşüncelerle sizleri bir kez daha saygıyla selamlıyor ve tüm katılımcılara teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ederim, Minister Yaşar Güler. Thank you very much indeed for your comments there. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue. Please join me now in giving a very warm welcome to the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte. The stage is yours, Secretary General.
Thank you, Maria, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, dear friends. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum. As we are in the middle of the World Cup, let me start with a little football analogy. And I do this with a heavy heart, as the Netherlands, my country, has been kicked out, and also Curaçao, which is part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, has been kicked out of the World Cup, but still, I maintain the football analogy. Because there is something I believe football teaches us. No team wins because of one brilliant player. We need a goalkeeper, you need the defenders, the midfielders, the strikers. And yes, everyone notices the player who scores the winning goal. But behind every successful player and team out on the pitch are many others on the bench and behind the scenes. The coaches, the trainers, the analysts, the people making sure everything works. Everyone matters, no one wins alone. NATO is much the same. It takes a whole team to deter and defend most effectively. Our political leaders set the direction. Our armed forces are on the pitch every single day. And you, our defense industry, provide the strength behind the team. The equipment, the innovation, the production capacity. To have power, resilience and endurance, we all need to be fully engaged in the game, working together for our shared security. You, need us at NATO to tell you what our militaries need. That is the demand. And we need you to turn those requirements into real capabilities. That is the supply. That is why it is so crucial that we continue to build cooperation between NATO and industry. I have seen it grow and develop since I took over in 2024. I visited factories and facilities across the alliance, including here in Turkey. I've spoken with company leaders, engineers and workers on the factory floor. I've seen the innovation. I've seen the opportunity. And I see our partnership in action right here at this forum. This is what teamwork looks like. And this is a team that knows how to score. Last year at the NATO summit in The Hague, allies made important commitments to invest 5% of GDP in defense, to accelerate production and to speed up innovation. 1 year later, we can already see the results. Last year alone, European allies and Canada spent nearly 20% more on defense than the year before. An extra $139 billion. Looking at 2025 and 2026 together, it is an increase, again, Canada and the Europeans, of $258 billion, more than 250 billion. And that's just the additional investment. So basically, one thing is clear. The money is there, and much more is coming. But this cash must be put to work. It needs to purchase capabilities, to actually deter and defend. Governments and the defense industry are laying the path by investing in expanding defense production. Over the last year alone, we have seen $37 billion invested in just boosting our defense industrial base itself. Again, think about this number, 37 billion to boost our defense industrial base. So larger factories, new production lines, more capacity. In fact, there is enough additional production space to cover more than 2,000 football pitches. And just this morning at the forum, substantial new contracts were signed and more big announcements were made. Altogether worth tens of billions of dollars and growing. That means more air defense systems and strike capabilities, more satellite communications, more ammunition, more drones and counter-drone systems, and increased resilience and preparedness. According to our projections, by next year, the alliance will have the capacity to produce around 4 million artillery shells annually. Almost twice as many as last year. That's scale. So yes, we have made real progress. We are moving in the right direction. The strategy is clear. But the match is far from over. And to win it, we need all team members to pull their weight. Do more, faster, together. We don't have the luxury of time. We need capabilities now to ensure we remain ready. The security situation demands it. Russia. Russia is pouring almost half of its national budget into its war machine. Can you imagine? Almost 50% of what Russia spends is put into the war machine. Its defense industry is working around the clock. And not only the defense industry, also the rest of the industrial base in Russia is supporting the war effort. China continues to modernize its armed forces and expand its nuclear capabilities without transparency. North Korea continues to expand its nuclear program and supply Russia. And while recent US action has significantly degraded Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs, we must remain vigilant. These countries are increasingly working together. And that should concern us all. Because I assure you, they do not have our best interests in mind. So that's what we are up against. That's the reality we face. To meet the challenge, we need a transatlantic defense industrial revolution. The hum of machinery must become a roar. Now, that sounds dramatic, but it can be done. Governments have their role to play. They must continue placing long-term orders and signing contracts. Today is an excellent example of that kind of contracts we need to put on the table. More of that, please. We need a bonfire of red tape in our procurement and in our cross-border regulation. Both government and industry must continue investing in production capacity. Governments must also create the conditions for industry to expand and cooperate. Factories need reliable energy, electricity and fuel. They need secure supply chains. And above all, they need skilled people. Engineers, technicians, innovators. At the same time, industry across all of the nations represented here must be ready to take more risk. The demand is there and you know it. We are being much more open about what we need. At the summit, we are releasing publicly for the first time a consolidated demand signal outlining our requirements. We will help ensure you know the demand and understand it. And you also know the market is growing. Allies will continue to invest in defense. This is not an anomaly, this is a trend. Lastly, no single nation and no single industry can power an industrial revolution alone. But the good news is that we don't have to, because we have NATO. We combine the assets, the technologies and the industries of 32 countries across Europe and North America. That's incredibly powerful. We have an unequaled pool of talent, creativity and expertise out there. And many are right here in this room today. And we are even stronger when we work together with our partners. With Ukraine, of course, which continues to innovate at incredible speed. It now boasts an unparalleled drone ecosystem. And we are creating opportunities for more industrial cooperation and co-production with Ukraine. We must seize this opportunity. We are also building industrial cooperation with the European Union and countries in the Indo-Pacific. I've seen the Japanese defense minister and others here in this room today. Welcome. Because when we combine our efforts, we produce more, we innovate faster, and we strengthen all our security. So today, we are on the cusp of the transatlantic defense industrial revolution. I'm asking you to take a leap and show our people that we are ready and capable to protect them anywhere at any time. And show Russia and all those watching today that the transatlantic defense industrial base is mobilizing with purpose. Not in anger, but for our collective security. So let me finish where I started. Winning teams prepare. They train, they invest, they build trust, and they keep improving. That's exactly what we must continue to do. The partnership between NATO and industry is the winning one. So now, let's deliver even more, even faster, and together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we continue. Thank you so much, Secretary General Mark Rutte, and thank you for that analogy also with regards to football, very important. All right, for our next keynote, it's a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the stage the Vice President of Turkey, Cevdet Yilmaz. Excellency, the floor is yours. Welcome.
NATO'nun saygıdeğer Genel Sekreteri Sayın Mark Rutte, Çekya Başbakanı, değerli bakanlar, NATO üyesi ülkelerin kıymetli yetkilileri, değerli misafirler, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Ankara'ya, NATO Ankara Zirvesi Savunma Sanayi Forumu'na hoş geldiniz diyorum. Bildiğiniz gibi bundan 22 sene önce İstanbul'da NATO'ya ev sahipliği yapmıştık. Bugün Türkiye'de savunma sanayinin kalbi konumunda olan başkentimiz Ankara'da sizleri bir kez daha misafir etmekten ve ittifakımızın bu önemli toplantısını gerçekleştiriyor olmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyoruz. Bugün müttefik ve ortak ülkeler olarak hepimizi etkileyen küresel gelişmeleri değerlendirecek, ortaya çıkan yeni fırsatları ve zorlukları ve bunlara yönelik atabileceğimiz adımları istişare edecek imkanı bulacağız. Değerli konuklar, bugünkü forumda ve yarınki zirvede ittifakımız yeni bir döneme adım atmaktadır. NATO 3.0 olarak da adlandırılan bu yeni dönemde ittifak içinde külfetin giderek daha adil biçimde paylaşıldığını göreceğimizi düşünüyorum. Zira gelinen aşamada mevcut jeopolitik sınamalar ışığında NATO içinde daha güçlü bir Avrupa sütunu inşa edilmesi bir zorunluluk haline gelmiştir. Geçtiğimiz yıl Lahey'de aldığımız savunma harcamalarındaki artış kararının tüm müttefikler tarafından kayda değer ölçüde yerine getirildiğini ve savunma harcamalarına yönelik yaklaşımın köklü bir şekilde dönüştüğünü görüyoruz. Şimdi önümüzdeki sınama artan savunma harcamalarının somut yeteneklere dönüştürülmesi ve bunun için gerekli sanayi üretim kapasitesinin oluşturulmasıdır. Hepimizin üretim kapasitemizi hızla ve birbiriyle uyum içinde genişletmemiz gerektiği yönündeki tespitlere katılıyorum. Bu bağlamda Sayın Rutte'nin sıklıkla kullandığı Teksas'tan Ankara'ya ifadesi son derece anlamlıdır. Kıymetli misafirler, Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın güçlü siyasi iradesiyle Türkiye, içinde bulunduğumuz dönemin ruhunu erken bir aşamada kavramanın ve savunma sanayinde erken bir dönemde yola çıkmış olmanın avantajını yaşamaktadır. Bugün Türkiye, dünyada savunma ihracatçısı ülkeler arasında 11. sırada yer alıyor. Yakın bir gelecekte ilk 10 arasına girmeyi hedefliyoruz. Futbol tabiriyle ifade edecek olursak Türkiye 1. ligde olmayı hedefleyen bir ülke konumunda. Savunma sanayimiz pek çok açıdan kapsamlı bir dönüşüm geçirmiştir. Ürün yelpazemiz artık hava, kara, deniz, siber ve uzay alanlarının hepsini kapsamaktadır. Bu çabalarımız sonucunda Türk Silahlı Kuvvetlerimizin envanterinin yerlilik oranı %80'i aşmıştır. Bununla birlikte Türkiye, müttefik ülkeler için de güvenilir bir tedarik kaynağı ve proje ortağı haline gelmiştir. Savunma ve havacılık ihracatımız son bir yıllık dönemde 11 milyar doları aşmıştır. İhracatımızın yarıdan fazlası NATO müttefiklerimize ve Avrupa Birliği üyesi ülkelere gerçekleştirilmiştir. Türkiye bugün tüm dünyanın takdirini kazanmış İHA ve SİHA'larıyla elektronik harp sisteminden savaş gemilerine, 5. nesil savaş uçağından derin taarruz yeteneklerine kadar her alanda son teknolojiye sahip sistemleri üretebilmektedir. Dünyanın en büyük 100 savunma şirketinden 5'i Türk şirketleridir. Savunma sanayinde geldiğimiz bu aşama asla tesadüf değildir. Türkiye bu ilerlemeyi kamu ve sanayinin birlikte çalışmasıyla ve savunma sanayi firmalarını sürece en başından itibaren dahil ederek gerçekleştirmiştir. Bugün Sayın Genel Sekreter tarafından duyurulan NATO'nun sanayi işbirliğine yönelik yeni stratejisi de esasen buna işaret etmektedir. Değerli konuklar, savunma sanayi dayanıklılığı artık sadece hükümetlerin ve şirketlerin meselesi olmaktan çıkmıştır. Bu alanda başarı ancak üniversiteler, finans sektörü, iş gücü gibi toplumun tüm katmanlarının sürece dahil edilmesiyle mümkün olabilecektir. Tüm bu yapı her şeyden önce insan gücüne dayanmaktadır. Bugün Türkiye'nin savunma sanayi iş gücünün ortalama yaşı 34'tür. Mühendislerimizin yarısını ise kadınlar, genç kızlar oluşturmaktadır. Bu da bize şunu söylüyor, gelecek bizim. Genç iş gücümüzle. Güçlü bir savunma sanayinin en önemli unsurlarından birinin yetenek havuzunun derinliği olduğunun bilinciyle bu iş gücünü daha da geliştirmeye kararlıyız. Gerek 100.000'i aşkın nitelikli istihdam, gerek hızla artan ihracat, gerekse sivil endüstrilere sirayet eden teknolojik yenilikler ile savunma sanayimiz aynı zamanda ekonomik kalkınmamıza ve sosyal refahımıza da katkı sunmaktadır. Ben yıllarca Kalkınma Bakanlığı yaptım. Savunma sanayi sadece güvenliği değil, teknolojik seviyeyi yükselterek tüm kalkınma sürecini de desteklemektedir. Aynı şekilde yapay zeka başta olmak üzere teknolojinin oyun değiştirici gelişimi göz önüne alındığında savunma sanayinde inovasyonun önemi hiç olmadığı kadar artmış, araştırma geliştirme çabaları sürecin ayrılmaz bir parçası olmuştur. Diğer yandan savunma sanayinin gelişimi için uluslararası işbirliği de kritik önem taşımaktadır. Türkiye bu alandaki işbirliklerini sadece ihracat zaviyesinden değil, müttefiklerle ortak üretim, tasarım ve geliştirme perspektifinden ele almaktadır. Geçtiğimiz hafta Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın müttefik parlamenterlere açıkça ifade ettiği üzere savunma sanayi ticareti ve işbirliğinin önündeki engelleri hep birlikte kaldırmalıyız. Müttefikler arasında savunma alanındaki ticari kısıtlamaları ve yaptırımları mutlaka hep birlikte ortadan kaldırmalıyız. İttifakın askeri hazırlık düzeyini arttırmak istiyorsak, kolektif güvenliğimizi güçlendirmek istiyorsak, bu anlamsız yaptırımları, kısıtlamaları hep birlikte masadan temizlemeliyiz. Bu nedenle hem müttefikler arası ikili düzeydeki tüm kısıtlamalar kaldırılmalı, hem de NATO'nun Avrupa sütununa önemli katkı sağlayan Türkiye, başta AB olmak üzere Avrupa'daki tüm savunma ve güvenlik girişimlerine katılabilmelidir. Aksi takdirde üretim kapasitesinin gelişimi yavaşlayacak ve üretim maliyetleri artacaktır. Daha dayanıklı bir Avrupa Atlantik güvenliği, üretim kapasitesini, teknoloji birikimini ve operasyonel tecrübeyi aynı stratejik hedefe yönlendirebilen bir güvenlik mimarisiyle mümkündür. Türkiye bu mimaride güçlü, güvenilir ve katkı sağlayan bir ortak olarak yer almaya hazırdır. Değerli katılımcılar, bugün bu anlayış temelinde savunma sanayi işbirliğine yeni bir istikamet vermek üzere yapacağımız görüşmelerin şimdiden hayırlı olmasını, tüm ülkeler için ve NATO için yararlı sonuçlar doğurmasını diliyorum. Temaslarınızın yeni işbirliklerine kapılar aralayacağına canı gönülden inanıyorum. Sabah oturumlarında yapılan ve günün geri kalanında yapılacak olan görüşmelerin, anlaşmaların ve duyuruların NATO'nun caydırıcılık ve savunmasına önemli katkılar sağlayacağına ve müttefikler arasında daha güçlü sanayi işbirliği için yollar açacağına eminim. Bu düşüncelerle hepinizi tekrar saygıyla, sevgiyle selamlıyor. Ankara'ya, Türkiye'ye tekrar hoş geldiniz diyor.
Çok teşekkür ederim Cevdet Yilmaz. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, speaking on behalf of all of us, how happy we are and grateful for Turkey's generosity and hospitality as hosts of this important event. Teşekkür ederim, Turkey. Thank you very much indeed for being such graceful hosts. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our panels, and we'll be starting with one entitled Navigating the Ramp Up, a Conversation with Industry. And I think it's clear to everyone in this room that industrial might and military might go hand in hand. And our conversation this afternoon is just that, navigating the ramp up, a conversation with industry. Now, this features several private sector leaders who are working to ensure our militaries are getting what they need. And for this session, we're very happy to have our moderator, who will be Jenna Ben Yehuda, Executive Vice President at the Atlantic Council. And our panelists will be Uwe Horstmann, Chief Executive Officer at Stark Defense, plus Jay Pittman, President of Lockheed Martin International, and Charles Woodburn, Group Chief Executive Officer at BAE Systems. I now invite you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. We are gathered here in Ankara just 1 year after the alliance adopted a bold new defense commitment to increase defense spending in The Hague. What a year it's been. We're already seeing real strides, but we know that turning those new defense dollars, euros, and lira into real capabilities is easier said than done, and realizing this once-in-a-generation defense transformation really demands a whole of society approach that is led by governments working in lockstep with industry. We know that's not easy to do, and it's a challenge that institutions across the alliance are grappling with, including at the Atlantic Council through our ongoing task force on reimagining European defense and innovation. So in recognition of these shared challenges, and with an eye toward bold and innovative solution, it's really a privilege to moderate this panel, and I'm delighted to be joined here on stage by an esteemed group of military leaders. We have Uwe Horstmann, the founder and chief executive officer of Stark. Uwe has been a leading voice for investment in European sovereignty for the last 15 years. Jay Pittman, the president of Lockheed Martin International. Jay is responsible for driving strategies to provide mission capability to allies and oversees the company's business and markets outside of the United States. And Dr. Charles Woodburn, the Group Chief Executive Officer at BAE Systems. He's an experienced business leader with more than 28 years of experience in defense and aerospace and oil and gas industries. So we have tight time and about 3 days worth of content to get into, so I'm going to jump right in here. There's been a lot of discussion about industrial ramp up, and we know that contracts are the obvious lever, but they're not the only one. And so as we look beyond contracting, what government or industry initiatives do you think have actually moved the needle on scaling up defense production? So what's working and what's missing? Uwe, let's start with you.
Of course, yeah. Thank you. I think that's exactly the right question, right? Because that is probably also what gets us from an abundance of money available, as the Secretary General just said. There's more to come. How do we translate that into actual capabilities? Because just price increases is probably not the right way. And I think we would always be well advised to look towards Ukraine and figure out what is the role model that we should look up to. And for me, that is really building an innovation ecosystem, getting that innovation ecosystem going. It's much more that than just this one single capability that we maybe hope for is going to solve all of our issues. So diving deeper into that, I think that's also where I look to when trying to answer your question. Two things. A, I think we need to continue on the path to design for mass production. When we have people come to our facilities, we had production experts there the other day, and they said like, wow, this looks like a washing machine factory. And I'm not sure if they try to insult us, but actually we wear it as a badge of honor, because if you get your production for an unmanned mass-scale weapon system at the complexity of a washing machine, you're probably going in the right way. So I think we should continue with our procurement to not forget, but really strengthen that part of the industry. There's other parts, if I pick out a second one, where I think I would describe myself as a paranoid optimist. So I think we're moving in that direction, but we probably could always go faster. I think specifically in my part, in my component of the capabilities, again, unmanned, mass producible, software defined, we can still work a lot on certification. Certification itself, of course, is a massively important step for us. What do I mean by that? Concretely, I think we need more testing facilities, certification facilities in Europe. We can probably condense the procurement with the testing and the certification even further. And we probably should also look more into how certification in one country can also be absorbed by another country. So those are a few things where I would say we're following the blueprint of Ukraine, which is not one single wonder weapon, but the ecosystem organization is the wonder weapon, of course, combined with industrial production output. And I think we follow that path, generally, that's the right way to go.
Charles, you've mentioned that you're really feeling this change, and Uwe has pointed to some of those elements. What else are you seeing in your space that you feel like is really on the march?
Well, I was going to say specifically, one of the things that we have seen in the last 12 months is a much more active partnership between the traditional defense industries, such as ourselves or Jay's, and the sort of new entrants, the disruptors in the space. And I think that's benefited all of us. I mean, this whole idea that 80% can be good enough for a lot of what we do. And the fact that if we're going to fight a common fight and combine on common systems, open architectures, we're all being driven in the same direction. So I see in the last 12 months, I think quite a significant shift towards partnership between new entrants in defense and ourselves. And I think that's a really good thing going forward. I think to your point, great progress on partnerships generally. I mean, we have some good examples across Europe. I think often people criticize Europe as being quite fragmented, but we should also highlight where we do have really good partnership programs. You've got Eurofighter or RCV90, for example, or Type 26 sail into Norway, where we're combining capabilities. I think as SecGen spoke earlier, the importance of a consolidated demand signal is incredibly important. But I think NATO have got a lot better at giving industry what they have. And I think finally, as a global player, and Jay would be in the same position, where we see countries within the alliance or indeed outside the alliance doing sort of best-in-class procurements, and I'll hand over to Jay to talk about the missile procurements, the ramp-ups in the US, they look genuinely best in class, the way those contracts are being structured. It's important that we explain that to our other global customers, because where we see good, it's important that everybody learns from that. And sometimes as a global defense company, that's a role that we can fulfill.
So Jay, I want to give you a chance to respond to that. And you're obviously representing an American company based overseas, looking at the global market. What has your experience been like of this shift in the last 18 months?
Yeah, first, obviously, we would like to be considered a global company, but
Surely.
Understood fully. But no, Charles, thanks for the tee up. I think we've had lots of good discussion about this. We heard some of it this morning. When you have a better forecast of aggregated demand, you look at it in a multi-year situation, industry can show up differently. There's creative things we can do in terms of capital and financing and requirements to be able to drive through the supply base. As many know, the Department of War's acquisition transformation strategy and some of the things that have gone on within the United States has really done a generational shift in how we get at what they call framework agreements. I'm proud from Lockheed Martin. We were kind of the first to the party in terms of being able to go sign and document out one of those framework agreements, now multiple framework agreements. And what it's doing is we're not talking just normal stair-step increases in things like munitions. In some cases, we're quadrupling production lines. And it's not just borne on the expense of the US government and trying to facilitate us. It allows industry, it allows supply chain to go off and invest differently, think differently of how we show up. So from a Lockheed Martin perspective, it's allowed us over a few-year period to invest about $9 billion in terms of capital and infrastructure and site expansion, additional sites, et cetera. But as Charles was saying just a moment ago, I hope that lends as a message that if we unfortunately, we end up having multiple channels of effort that sometimes occur. We might have efforts in the United States, we might have efforts across Europe, we might have efforts across NATO, we have efforts beyond, obviously, those countries and regions on the world stage. If we can have more aggregation of that and work with companies such as all of us on the panel and make sure that we're attacking the requirement space in a way that we can show up with a solution versus a prescribed in a box, then sometimes we can come up with some very, very creative solutions. And in this case, this is how we're getting at quadrupling demand.
So I want to come back to you, Uwe, on capital shifts that you're seeing and these shifting requirements question. But first, Charles, I want to come back to you. What's missing from this? We've seen kind of a call for consolidated requirements, things that help you do more faster. What else is on that list?
Well, it's not like one thing, it's just pace generally. And I think as the Secretary General said, translating it from a hum to a roar, it's the acceleration of many of the initiatives. I'm not sitting here thinking there's something key missing. We just need it more pace. I mean, in industry, we're investing at record levels, CapEx, self-funded R&D. Industry will happily do that when we see and there's a clear business case ahead of us. So the more we can do to consolidate that and build the business case, the quicker we can move. And for a company such as ours, we have no shortage of capital to deploy, and we're ready to do that when we see the business case, as we have been doing. So I think pace, it's not that pace is missing, but we can always do with more pace.
So that shared commitment for velocity.
Indeed.
I want to come back to you on capital. We hear a lot about this need to deepen an innovation ecosystem across Europe in particular. Lack of capital is sometimes cited. What shifts have you seen afoot? Is that really still the question worth asking?
I think so. I mean, it's been a super interesting journey over the past, I want to say, 5 to 10 years. And it is also a big part of my biography. And trust me, that's not a part that I chose to be kind of like really deep in the trenches of capital allocation into the defense industry in Europe. Specifically when it comes, of course, to call it my part of the industry, which is the systems are more inexpensive, they're faster to develop, and they're designed for scaling and producing. There you can basically, with the right information, I don't need any R&D money. I can pre-fund that innovation entirely. And in that space, I think we definitely see a lot of change. We see, when we talk about capital, the human capital really stepping up, which is an interesting aspect, I think, in all of this. Like a young generation deciding, yeah, this is a generational challenge for us. We want to play a part in this. And that's a very important part. But of course, there's the actual capital to how that will get financed. I would say Europe has been slower than it should have in terms of really embracing investments into the defense industry, always under the right regulatory framework, with the right ethical boundaries and so on and so forth. That's a non-negotiable. It has been slow to embrace that. Not so much slow in recognizing the problem, but just slow in enacting the changes necessary. Because for me, 2 years, and that's maybe 2 to 3 years, is a bit of a description for a time frame where it really started to happen and now it's really in full swing. That's a long time. And, I'll be the first to proudly state this. American investors, of course, have stepped up in that time as well, which we are thankful for. And that only led to the situation that now a company like ours is possible, where we'll, in that 2 years that we're around, take the next 2 years, into that, we'll probably spend $1 billion on research and development and production expansion. And that is money that was not there really before. So we see a different part of the economy kind of stepping up, going into. And we have developed, I think, from early stage venture funding to growth stage investors to now really tapping into the very large pools of capital. So now we have investors who have 50 billion, 100 billion available. So you see it is an interesting investment theme. And that is good that way because, of course, we need to bring it all together. The technological innovation, the procurement processes, which of course for us also a big unlock to attracting capital. The human capital, I think sometimes we underestimate how important it is, what power we have as industry. If you can make it clear to the people out there that it is okay to work in defense, it is okay if you're an engineering talent to think about how to defend your home country and the alliance. And of course the actual capital, which is also needed. And which also to a certain degree, at least in my part of the whole stack of military systems, can replace taxpayers' money, but can really replace also the R&D funding.
So Jay, I want to turn to you. You're at a different part of this spectrum within the space. You're a larger established company, one of these major primes that we're often talking about. This push for velocity, this push for rapid fulfillment of really delivering quickly. How have you experienced those shifts, and how are you approaching some of that need to be able to respond to those requirements and reduce that time to decision?
Yeah, I first start by saying, I hope everybody still thinks of Lockheed Martin as an incredibly innovative and forward-leaning company. We have things like our Skunk Works organization in Palmdale that have, for generations, established some of the cream of the crop of advanced technologies and capabilities. So the way that I look at it is, this is a great opportunity, just like this panel, for all of us to work collaboratively across the industry. There's requirements that we're all attacking that we need to get at faster than ever before. So how do we leverage the best expertise of all of us on the world stage across NATO to be able to get at these problems? So from our side, I think it continues to be more opportunities to partner, more opportunities to collaborate together. We invest heavily in venture, our own LM Ventures in terms of investing in emerging capabilities and technology.
Has that accelerated those kinds of partnerships
It has.
recently?
We've not only accelerated in the amount of companies we're dealing with, but also the funds that we're putting into those companies as well, for the pure reason of where can we do this 1 + 1 = 3 opportunity in terms of being able to accelerate with velocity some of the development. So we are not too proud to say that it doesn't have to be invented here from a Lockheed Martin standpoint. How do we get at it from, I think, that speed and velocity? So I think it shows up in all life cycle phases, though. I think we often think of like velocity in terms of development. To me, it's velocity in terms of everything. It's velocity in terms of development for all the reasons we just said. It's velocity in terms of production. How do we move up ramps faster? How do we think of new creative ways and everything under the sun to get at production differently, including how do we attack requirements? But then even the life cycle.
Yeah.
Part of the challenge for an organization, I'm sure Charles has the same challenge, when you have platforms deployed everywhere around the world in vast quantities, how do you make sure that we are, again, also moving with velocity in terms of the sustainment, regional sustainment? How do we use artificial intelligence to get at the pure mastery of data that we have quite a substantial amount of in the type of work that we do? So we're attacking it on all fronts.
So Charles, I do want to come to you on this point of velocity and how you reshape a business to think about executing on different timetables. I'd love to hear about your experience leading BAE through a moment like this, and also how has Russia's war in Ukraine shaped some of your thinking and the examples of their bravery?
Yeah. I mean, it's been a pretty profound change. I mean, the drone, counter-drone that we see play out day in, day out in Ukraine is something that we've all learned some profound lessons from: defense of existing platforms, defense of your land, integrated air and missile defense. The combination of swarming drones and high-end ballistic missile threats is an incredibly difficult challenge to face.
That's the clear learning. I think all of us, they do probably a better job. Give us the requirements, force us to be more interoperable, and we will probably also, all of us, have to do a better job at delivering on that. And specifically on the data sets. We should really ideally thrive for a situation where we have very high walls. We really vet everybody very carefully. But once you make it in, you probably should have access to a lot of data. I don't sometimes understand why we don't treat breast cancer, for example, where we have great radiology data sets, and we give them basically to everybody whom we trust, help us make better diagnoses. Maybe enemy tanks, we should treat them more like breast cancer and also give access to people who can train their models on it, because that way, if you're a trusted partner of the ecosystem, we give you access to better data, and hopefully for all of us, we'll get a better solution out of it.
Yeah. So we've covered a lot of ground. We've talked about the changing investment climate in Europe. It feels like you're doing more, working together, new partnerships. We've also seen some demand signals, I think, for the decision makers in the room, a real desire maybe for forcing some decisions on interoperability, making some of that a requirement, longer tail orders, more predictability in the space, ability to scale that production. Anything else? What are we missing? What are the buzzwords that everybody in this room and online needs to be thinking about throughout this industry forum?
I've got to come back to collective pace. Yes. For all of us. I mean, we recognize the challenge. We see what our adversaries are doing, and collectively, we just need more pace in this. And you know, we're ready to play our part, I think, in industry, but collectively, with everyone in this room, we just need more pace.
I would pile on Charles's word by saying again, collectively though, how do we make sure across the entire NATO supply base, do we make sure we're operating with strength and full access for the entire supply base?
So this is not just spend more, but spend well, spend smart, do it fast, and build together.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the time we have.
Thank you so much to Jenna and her panelists. Another round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now to moderate a very important conversation on the capability challenge, a NATO-EU conversation. I'm very pleased to welcome Ambassador Tajan İldem, who is the chairman of the Center for Economics and Foreign Policy Studies, EDAM, which is an Istanbul-based independent think tank. Ambassador, welcome to you. Lovely to have you with us. Thank you. And I'm also very pleased to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of the European Commission to the stage, Ursula von der Leyen. Welcome. And a very warm welcome back to the stage, the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte.
Well, we are at a very important segment of this gathering, and I have witnessed your excitement, Mr. Secretary General, during the signing ceremonies, and also when you were announcing some of the initiatives on the part of NATO in engaging with industries. It is now your time as two leaders of both NATO and the European Union to have a conversation, and it was gratifying for me to see both leaders co-authoring an article for The Economist, enumerating some of the ideas that you share. And in the article, one thing that struck me was that you argue that Europe's era to outsource much of its defense is over, and that deterrence is no longer with military capabilities, but also having our industries to produce more in a very speedy fashion and in a better way. So we still consider, of course, capabilities as something important. Nevertheless, you may perhaps both discuss a bit on the industrial capacity, innovation ecosystem, and most important, resilience, which has become a currency of security in our time. So perhaps President von der Leyen, if you can start how you see the new environment in which defense industry has become so important for all of us, both NATO and the European Union.
Thank you so much for having us here. This is a great opportunity indeed to show how closely we are working together, the European Union and NATO. Actually, I was just thinking today, one of the reasons is, my dear friend Mark, because we have both experiences on both sides. You were for 14 or 16 years, 14 years Prime Minister, so he was in the European Council. And I was for 5 years Defense Minister, so I was sitting in NATO. Now it's the other way around, and therefore we know both how important a close cooperation between the European Union and NATO is. Second, I just listened to the panel before us, and it's very clear, all member states of the European Union and allies have one single set of forces. So they assign this single set of forces either to NATO missions or to EU missions, UN missions, or a coalition of the willing. But to make this possible, what we need is interoperability. And of course, in this geostrategic and geopolitical environment, we need a massive surge in defense investment. And here the European Union is indeed massively stepping up. We have our Rearm Europe program, which mobilizes up to 800 billion euros till 2030. In this program is SAFE, 150 billion euros for joint procurement. And not to forget, the next long-term budget will have 131 billion euros for military capabilities, plus 17 billion euros for military mobility, which is also of utmost importance: streets, bridges, ports, airports, etc. The infrastructure also has to be here on the European side. And on SAFE is for us very important, as I said, the joint procurement. Here we have good news. We have now 10 agreements worth 100 billion euros. SAFE is per design open also to partners and other countries. 35% of the cost components can go outside the European Union, but of course 65% have to be in the European Union, and that's the point how we strengthen the defense industrial base, because with this taxpayers' money we want, of course, a return on investment, and we want good jobs in Europe, we want research and development in Europe, so that's important for us. My last sentence on this: the door is more open than the 35% for countries outside the European Union. If there is a security and defense agreement signed, Canada is the first one to have done this. So these possibilities are also there. So you see a wide spectrum of investment.
Yes. Well, Secretary General, if you can also share your perspectives.
Well, basically, I totally agree. The great thing is we know each other so long, and of course, there is a clear division of labor we both agree on. So that's why we can strengthen each other's roles. So NATO is about command and control, capabilities and standards. Basically, all the other things have to be handled by Europe. And the EU, of course, is crucial there. And 23 of NATO allies are also in the European Union. So most of the NATO allies are also a member of the European Union. And when you look at issues like, indeed, making sure the money is there, the 800 billion, crucial program. But also when it comes to, indeed, military mobility, when it comes to societal resilience, when it comes to developing the defense industrial base. This is all what Europe, the EU, is working on. You appointed Andrius Kubilius, the first defense commissioner, I think, in the history of the European Commission. He is working on that with a specific focus under your leadership, and I think that's all evidence. And we've got to do this because the threat is there. We cannot continue as we did, being over-reliant on the United States. We need this much stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. And we can only get there when we work together seamlessly as one, using and leveraging each other's strengths. And that's what we are doing.
Well, we all know that it is important for Europeans to strengthen their strategic responsibility. I rather prefer using strategic responsibility rather than autonomy in order to have the transatlantic bonds as strong as ever. While doing so, of course, NATO is most appreciative of the initiatives taken by the European Union. You mentioned SAFE, of course, there are many others, European Defence Fund, PESCO, EDIRPA, REARM, and of course, in creating capabilities, translating cash to capabilities, the European Union needs to look not only to the capabilities of the member states, and Europe is more than the European Union. And I would like to ask to you, President Ursula von der Leyen, since the audience here is also including Turkish participants, how you see the involvement of non-EU allies. You mentioned Canada, but there are others, including Turkey, a way forward to properly involve Turkey in such projects. If you can touch upon it, I'm sure they will be quite receptive.
Yes. Turkey is one of the largest armed forces within NATO, of very big importance, and has always played an important role in the alliance, but also, of course, in our relationship with the European Union. And as I said, if you only look at SAFE, which are the 150 billion euros, 35%, that's a lot, is open to work, for example, together with Turkey. But the 800 billion up to 2030 is the decision of the member states how to invest their defense allocation in order to fill the gaps. So there's a wide opportunity to have a very close cooperation with each other. For us, it's very important to be totally aligned with the NATO targets because, as I said, the one single set of forces, we know where the gaps are, and we have to work very closely together. So, for example, the NDPP, the NATO defense planning process, is for us very important so that we fill the gaps in a cost-efficient manner. But I want to add another point. We also want to work very closely with Ukraine. The panel before us described the phenomenal, innovative power that Ukraine has. And this we have to use because we have to step up in our defense capabilities fast, at a reasonable cost, and smart. And Ukraine has proven all this in the last years under the pressure of the war. This is the reason why the European Union, for the first time, opened an innovation office in Kyiv to have the direct contact with the Kyiv industrial base. Secondly, we are encouraging our companies to go into joint venture with Ukrainian companies. And thirdly, we as a European Union are working on a longer-term partnership in order to look how to boost our cutting-edge technology base in our defense industrial base in the European Union together with Ukraine. We can learn a lot from Ukraine, and we have to learn a lot because they are not only highly innovative, but also battlefield experienced. So this whole picture shows how much we are stepping up here together with NATO because we share the same interests and we share the same values and we know what's up.
Secretary General, you in your remarks told that the priority for Ankara summit would be also to have a proper follow-up of the Hague summit meeting with the decisions taken there. Of course, when European allies elevate their contributions in burden sharing, it should not translate itself to decoupling. Transatlantic bond to maintain it is of vital importance. But talking about the defense industrial capacity, there are few earlier initiatives like Diana Innovation Fund, but you also today touched upon some new ones. What would be the priorities for NATO in years ahead to focus and deliver, and what industrial community could expect and what you expect from them?
Basically, the priority is for our defense industrial base in Europe, in Canada, in the US, to produce more. We are making progress. It's really getting much better. You see in Europe, more production lines, more factories being opened. I mentioned in my short speech the ammunition, which is really, when it comes to the output, it's a huge increase in production. But we need this across the defense industrial base, again, in Europe, Canada, and in the US. Because Russia has the whole of its economy now on a war footing. So the car industry in Russia is producing for the war effort. And that means that we've got to do this also in Europe, Canada, and the US. And what we are seeing at the moment is a transformation which is unparalleled since the end of the Cold War, where Europe is taking so much more responsibility for the conventional defense of NATO, of this part of NATO territory, with still a strong US presence, also going forward, both nuclear and conventional. But it is a NATO transformed, where the US has a strong partner in Europe, much stronger than it was only 4 or 5 years ago. Therefore, the whole of NATO is stronger, as the German defense minister said the other day, to stay transatlantic, we have to become more European. And that's exactly what is happening. And you see some of the key leadership roles in NATO now being taken over by Europeans. You see the Europeans taking the lead on Ukraine and the support for Ukraine, with still crucial supply from the US, but paid for by European and Canadian allies. We see it again with some of the commands in NATO taking over by Europeans. We see the forward land forces more and more Europeanized. We're still a US presence, and also the 3 centuries, Baltic, Arctic, and Eastern, very much European dominated. This is what we need. So this cooperation between NATO, European Union, is leading to a transformation which, again, is unparalleled. And we need it because in the end, it makes us stronger.
Well, there is a geopolitical transformation in general with its rupture, unfortunate rupture, and certainly it is necessary to also have a transformation of mindset. And it requires perhaps, as many have touched upon already, not to see governments as the only stakeholder, but it should be a combination of contributions from others, including industry. So we used to talk more about whole of government approach. Perhaps on resilience, you may talk a bit about a whole of society approach. Perhaps we may start with you.
Yeah, the whole of society approach is very important because we do not only see the conventional or let's say the military threat out there, but the whole hybrid attacks that we are suffering from are targeting towards the society. For example, if you take foreign interference and manipulation of information, internet-based, this is a big issue which is targeting the society's vulnerability and where you have to build resilience. And this is something which we are working intensively on too, to set the record straight, to convince with facts and figures, to be clear in all these debates, internet-based, what the truth is and what the right facts and figures are. And you can win these battles. We've seen this in different scenarios that you can really convince people. If you look at the Eurobarometer, measuring opinions of people, they say very clearly that one of their top worries is security and resilience. So the Europeans have understood how important it is to defend our democracy, to defend our values, to stand up for freedom and for peace. So this approach of whole of society is the precondition to be successful.
Secretary
I completely agree. And let me just give one example, Turkey, how you have organized your defense industry with the Turkish Defense Industry Secretariat directly reporting into the President. You have about 3,000 defense industrial companies working closely together, small, medium-sized, the bigger ones, basically exporting all over NATO territory and of course producing for Turkey itself and also exporting outside NATO. I think that's a model which is very interesting, and I know that some other allies are studying it to see whether they could implement it in their country. So it's just one example of a whole society approach when it comes to defense industry. And more generally, it is indeed, as Ursula is saying, it is the realization Europeans have that the first task of government is to keep our country safe. The second task is to have a strong economy. And you need both to deter the Russians. We need strong economies, healthy finances, connected to strong economies, but first of all, we have to defend ourselves. It's the first task of every government. And the threat is there. Russia working with North Korea, Iran and China. Let's not be naive.
So this forum, in fact, is a showcase of this interaction, strong interaction between governments and industry. I see the clock. It seems that we have come to the end of this important conversation. And once again, thank you for sharing your views. And it's always a pleasure to see both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, and thank you so much to our guest, Secretary General Mark Rutte, and also President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we have a another very important guest here today with us. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to the stage the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Welcome, President Zelensky. The best. I think the podium is yours now. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Dear friends, Mark, dear Ursula, Alex, Rob, I don't see everybody, sorry. Dear friends, so thank you for your attention to us. Thank you for your attention to Ukraine, to Ukrainian defense companies, and to our defense capabilities, which have truly become among the strongest in Europe and have been proven in modern war. And what do we mean by modern war today? War has changed fundamentally. These are revolutionary changes in the very nature of warfare, changes as serious as those during the First World War, when machine guns began to decide the outcome of battles, or with the development of modern tank warfare, which had such a profound impact on Europe during the Second World War, or with the invention of missiles. Today, drones and the very technology of fighting at a distance represent a revolutionary change in the technology of war. So in Ukraine, as we defend our positions on the front line and do so in a fully justified war of self-defense, we are now eliminating around 30,000 Russian soldiers every month. Just imagine that scale. In June alone, nearly 28,000 Russian soldiers were eliminated, and we have video confirmation for every single one of them. The overwhelming majority were struck by drones. And frankly, we we take no pride in this. We are saying it to show what modern war looks like, a war we did not start, but one we are forced to fight in order to defend our country, our people, our children. Every day, this war also sees a massive amount of enemy equipment, logistics, and military facilities destroyed. And again, we do most of it with drones. At the same time, we are carrying out a campaign to secure the Black Sea using our naval drones. These are not just strike platforms used to destroy Russian warships at sea. Our naval drones have already evolved into multi-purpose platforms that can launch strikes from the sea against different targets on land and in the air. At the same time, we are fighting in the skies on two key fronts: defending Ukraine from Russian attacks and carrying out our long-range sanctions against Russia for this war, along with our medium-range pressure campaign across the entire depth of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Thanks above all to our drones, we have established the ability to strike across the entire depth of the occupied territory. And you see what Russia's massive attacks look like. They are very similar to what we recently saw in the neighboring region when Iranian forces struck their neighbors. Attack drones of different types, missiles, and a large number of ballistic missiles. We have raised our interception rate against Russian Shahed drones to more than 90%. That means thousands of Russian attack drones shut down every week, and with all due respect, no other country had the capability to defend against attack drones at this scale. The reality of this war forced us to build it. And today we defend against hundreds of attack drones every day and night, and thousands every week and every month. Ukraine's defense sector is building that capability even in the middle of a full-scale war. And we also maintain a high interception rate against cruise missiles, thanks to the way we have built our air defense. And thanks, of course, thanks to the support of all of our partners who continue to provide Ukraine with defense assistance. Thank you so much. And I have a question for you. Do you really believe it? Do you really believe it would be right to live outside NATO, a country and a people with this level of defensive capability? If we already have these capabilities, if Ukrainians already know how to fight like this, then it does make sense for these capabilities to become a part of the alliance's collective defense. That would make all of us stronger. And we already see each other as reliable partners, and it would be only natural to become a part of one common security community. The fact is that we will remain next to the source of the problem, Russia, for a long time. Ukraine in NATO is a source of extraordinary defensive capability. In the meantime, we have completely eliminated the very idea of Russia having a strategic rear. And you know this country. And for a long time, Russia believed it had a territorial advantage. No one else possessed a deep rear where it could safely keep military production, military equipment, and everything its war depends on, believing no one could reach them. And we have reached them. Just yesterday, Ukrainian drones broke through Russia's defenses and struck a Russian oil refinery in Siberia. And this is not an exception. It's the new reality. And there is no major oil refinery left in Russia that has not been struck by Ukraine. I want to emphasize this. Unlike Putin, we are not fighting this war for pleasure or for geopolitics. Russia brought this war to Ukraine, and it's killing our people. It wants to destroy our independence, and we are only defending. From the first day of this war, we are defending ourselves, and we are raising the cost of this war for Russia, and by doing so, increasing the changes for peace. We are able to do these things thanks to the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians working in our very important defense sector, and the hundreds of companies producing every type of modern weapon Ukraine needs. Today, because of this, Ukraine has the world's largest and the most advanced drone warfare capability. And we are offering this capability to our partners through the Drone Deal Initiative. I'm grateful to everyone who has already joined this initiative and to those who are joining it. Drone Deal Initiative, it's not only about buying drones, but also about co-production, fast-track access to the means of protection of critical infrastructure, air defense, and of course, security cooperation. And I also want to thank every leader, every country, and every company cooperating with Ukraine in the defense sector. The European Union, Turkey, NATO countries, as well as countries such as Azerbaijan and the Gulf states and other friends are already our strong partners. And I hope our cooperation will provide our nations with reliable protection against threats. The one thing we still need to do here in Europe is build a strong defense against Russia's ballistic missiles. This is a big challenge, it's true. This is Russia's last major advantage. And as well, and as we have seen from the wars in the Middle East and the Gulf, this is an issue of global importance. And I believe Europe urgently needs its own capability to produce anti-ballistic systems and the missiles they require. We all value the Patriot system. It's an excellent system, and there are others as well, but today's wars have shown that current Patriot production is not enough to meet the growing demand for protection against ballistic missiles. That is a fact. And we must respond to that fact. Those who defend life need more Patriots. We have also discussed Patriot production licenses with our American partners, and I ask you to support our efforts to make this happen. And one final point. As I said, Europe needs its own effective anti-ballistic systems and missiles. And this work is already underway. And I urge all of you and all our partners to give it the attention it deserves. And this cannot wait until 2030 or beyond. Europe needs affordable, mass-produced anti-ballistic systems as soon as possible. In fact, today. And I'm sure you agree with me, this is not about maximizing profits for governments or for industry, and it's about providing the strongest possible protection, first of all, protections for hundreds of millions of Europeans. And that protection is needed today, not years from now. We work on developing the anti-ballistic coalition, and I hope it will deliver real, strong results. While this war continues, please help us get more air defense missiles. This is our top priority right now. We are capable of doing everything else ourselves. But when it comes to air defense, we need our partners' determination. Please, let more determination and more decisions for air defense be one of the key outcomes of this NATO summit in Ankara. And I encourage all of you and all our NATO partners to work closely with us, with Ukraine, to develop modern defense capabilities and protection against every type of drone threat. Thank you. Thanks to everyone who is helping us, helping protect lives. And I cannot finish without my appreciation of the position of the leaders of the countries who have clearly stated Ukraine belongs in NATO because NATO with Ukraine is the alliance for the future. The alliance of today must be up to the challenges of the modern world. With Ukraine, with the strength of our defense industry, and most importantly, the resilience and experience of our people. And I'm proud of our people, and I'm proud of Ukraine. Thanks, friends, again for invitation. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big round of applause for the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much indeed, President Zelensky, for your powerful speech and speaking to us here in Ankara today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will prepare now for our next session. And in today's world, defense industrial preparedness, that depends on a range of factors, and not every lever rests in the hands of military decision makers. Our next panel is entitled People, Plans and Products, a Whole of Society Approach to Industrial Preparedness. And this will give us a sense of this complexity and how different institutions have a role to play and play their part. And for that, I'm very pleased to announce our next moderator, and that will be Anton LaGuardia, who is the diplomatic editor for The Economist, and he'll be joined by the
Проходьте туди, щоб ми не...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Volodymyr, shall we close the door? Great. Thank you. Volodymyr, great to see you, and welcome to the NATO summit. What we are seeing over the last couple of months is what you guys are doing. It is really courageous. You are successful in hitting the Russian energy infrastructure, the Russian defense infrastructure, deep inside Russia. As you said in your speech, Putin is willing to sacrifice up to 30, some months even 35,000 of his own men being killed on the battlefield. Can you imagine the enormous loss this is for families and everyone. This is what the Russian president is willing to do. But militarily, it is crucial that you have these successes. Then on the front line, I mean, only 4 or 5 months ago, you still saw the Russians making gains. And now it is much less so. You are much more successful also on the front line. I think there's one big issue we have to work on, that's air defense, air defense, air defense. Making sure your cities, your vital infrastructure is protected. And by the way, when I list all the issues Russia is facing, one of the most important ones is what you're doing to their economy. The economy is in a very bad shape in Russia. So maybe just one message, let me repeat what I said when I visited with the ambassadors of NATO in Kiev. If you are a young man in Russia today and you contemplate to join the military, you might be one of those 30,000. This month, next month, the months after, you know that your president in Russia, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, is willing to sacrifice you. So think about it again before you join the military. And again, thank you for being here and being such an incredible leader and friend.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear Mark. Thank you, you personally, and thanks to President Erdogan and for the invitation to NATO summit. Thank you for this opening forum, which is very important, Defense Industry Forum. Thank you for organization, and this is important, and I hope that our companies, not everybody, because we have hundreds of the companies, but some representatives of our sector, defense sector, will present what they do, how they do, and I think this is very important to share all this experience with partners. The second point, I agree with Mark, absolutely. We can speak about different initiatives which are important for Ukraine, Danish initiative, Czech initiative, anti-ballistic, the new initiative, but Mark is absolutely, first of all, it's very helpful with the Pearl program. Thank you very much. Because of this program, we can get maybe sometimes not too much, but anyway, PAC-3, PAC-2 missiles from the United States. And tomorrow we will speak about different topics with President Trump and also about this. But also what is important is today to find a way how to get as quick as possible, as much as possible, missiles for Patriot systems. This is the most important thing. We will discuss with Mark this topic. We understand who is not only Americans, by the way, from our friends, they have these possibilities, and we need it very much, and it's urgent topic for us. I think you saw all these attacks from Russia, each day attacks. It's true that they begin to be weak on the battlefield. I mean Russians, and they still a lot of soldiers, and still we have to defend our soldiers also. When we speak about defending, when we speak about air defense, we need it for civilians, but also for our army. We need them to defend them. And of course, we see that the weakness of Russia, we feel it, but it's not enough. We need more pressure, more anti-ballistic, and more sanctions on Russia. Thank you so much. Thank you.
activity and competence. One thing I would like to say is that one common element among all these security, more than defense-related aspects, is the different pace. The fact that time is really of the essence, like it is in war. And therefore, the mindset has to be different. And I can identify specifically two spots where this is specifically applicable. One is as good as possible and not necessarily always excellent, especially if you want to replace in shorter time some capability that you already have. The second one is, like for defense, the possibility to have collaborations. And I think this is something that can, even if it is related and very specific from nation to nation, needless to say, a nation in the southern Europe like Italy surrounded by sea is different from somebody who is in Central Europe or in Northern Europe. Nevertheless, collaboration is still the key due to timescales and the size of the investments that is involved. This is specifically true for me in space, and this is where we applied that very, very aggressively. And also, for example, in the hybrid world of drones, where our partnership with Baykar was exactly responding to the need of quick response to hybrid world.
You mentioned the need to have specific budgets that are clear and identified. Is there a good way of measuring this 1.5%, of determining the metrics by which countries are achieving particular goals, or is it so difficult to define that it's really not worth trying to have a statistic?
Well, I think the rules for defining exactly how to compute have been stated. The areas where this can be spent is known. As I already said, this is quite different from country to country, so it is much broader than the pure defense spending. In any case, what I firmly believe is that it is sometimes much easier to feel that 1.5% than to feel really the increase of production and the real ramp up in defense for some countries going from maybe 1.5 to 3.5.
Rob, do you have a specific budget for that defense-related work, or is it just scattered among different government budgets?
I think it's very important that you are transparent about how you're going to spend the 3.5% and the 1.5%, just also to show to your taxpayers that all this money is spent well. We've tripled our defense budget in just a few years' time because we were just like others lagging behind. And now we're moving really fast, and also in some of the capabilities that we're really good at, working together with other countries, because for me that is crucial. Not only how much are you going to spend in the upcoming years, but also how are you going to spend it, with more standardization, with the boosting of the European defense industry, but also with better collaboration between European and American countries, so that we actually strengthen each other. On the 1.5%, I agree that there is some kind of a tailor-made approach for each and every country. For example, in Finland, they already have their shelters, they have millions of people trained. In other European countries, that should be the start of resilience in the years to come. And in terms of the Dutch approach, it is mainly focused on strengthening our local and regional security cooperation. We're really good at conflict management with our local municipalities and with our provinces. But how can we boost that in terms of hybrid threats that we've been faced? For example, if you have a day or few days without electricity or without communication, how to respond, make sure that people know what to do. But for the years to come, it's mainly protecting our crucial infrastructure, because we are one of the main logistic hubs. So that is a different approach than maybe for some other European countries.
Alex, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, it's probably not an exact science, but 2 points on it. The first one is, sometimes I feel that we are too focused on percentages rather than capabilities. And we think it's sort of an accounting exercise, where at the end of the day, it's not a real accounting exercise. My second point is on the 1.5%. There's a rule in NATO that you can only count 1.5%. So a country like Finland, when we put all of things together, like an LNG terminal, or making sure that communication between authorities is rock solid and is not able to be attacked by cyber, or if we build a railroad which takes you to place X, Y, and Z, we are actually up to 2.4%. But we don't then, in the accounting exercise say that, okay, on hard defense right now, we sit at 2.7, we're going up to 3.2 by 2029, and then, 3.5 by 2035. We say that, okay, we have the 1.5 here and we're 2.7 now. But again, what counts, like Rob said, is what kind of capabilities you have. And we have, I love Italy, but Italy's security situation is a little bit different and the setup is different. So that's why the way in which they account it is different. And finally, we don't have a particular budget moment for this, that you just kind of put them all together and then you present them to the alliance and the alliance is, okay, thumbs up, that's fine.
Mikael, you emphasized
Okay, mine is gone as well. Okay, try this one then. No, I think we still have a way to go when it comes to what we actually do when things happens. I hear that Finland has a very organized way of and governing things in a proper way quickly. I mean, for us, it's like a drone hybrid threat. Okay, we find them, we know what they are, but what do we do? And who is entitled to do something about that quickly? That we haven't covered yet. We have started to organize this in a proper way with regional sort of responsibilities and what have you, but still, the defense forces will never be able to protect all the critical infrastructure. So we have to know if it's the police or if it's us with some additional capability at our sites that would have to do something. And of course, I understand the risk of casualties or collateral damage if we start using our own weapon systems to take out drones, for example. It's a big step to take that. I'm not saying we should, but we haven't organized it properly yet. We're getting there. Remember, we also had a fantastic system during the Cold War. Then we dismantled that to a large extent when it comes to total defense, and now we're rebuilding that again. Not exactly the way Finland has done it, and we have a way to go, but we're getting there. Only the fact that all the citizens of Sweden now has a brochure to what to do when things go wrong, what should you actually have at your house, how long do you have to sort of keep and cope with yourself before anyone helps, is a big step. And now all the businesses, all the companies in Sweden has also a scenario description on what to do if something goes wrong. So we are moving quickly into a much better situation. But still, I cannot call the police if I have drones over my facility. I will do that, but what would they do? That's the question.
What do they do, Alex?
Well, obviously, just like Michael said, it's not going to be, I think it works, yeah.
Okay.
So it's never going to be perfect. And I think we have to understand that there's a learning curve here. So we have had in Finland 3 major incidents with drones. And in the first one, we found out that our coordination wasn't strong enough. In the second one, we coordinated very well. And in the third one, we coordinated like clockwork. I'll give you 2 examples. If it's a drone, and then the basically lead will be taken, obviously, by the Air Force. But the Air Force will keep not only the rest of the military land and sea on par with events, but also the police and the border guard. Secondly, if it's a cable, then the lead will be with someone else. And the key in all of this is that, you have one situation center which is in charge, and you have a clear protocol of what you're going to do. so both legislation and otherwise. But we have to understand that the system is never going to be perfect, and therefore in hybrid threats, which Michael was referring to, you're basically going to have to understand that the key there is if a system of cables, of IT cables get hit, are you sure that you can have another ramp up of a system somewhere else, and how quickly can you do that? That's a little bit of a, I think, reality that you have to deal with this. So it's not going to be perfect, but you can be good at what you do.
Okay, so resilience is part of the answer here. Rob, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, let's see, it's working. Something Alex said earlier, I fully agree on. It's not only about the numbers. This is about a shift in mindset.
Yeah.
Because if you talk about safety and security, it's not just about how many soldiers do you have, or how many F-35s have you ordered.
It's 64.
Yeah, very good, very good. But it's mainly about getting rid of the
Michael doesn't look so happy.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Michael.
Sorry. Yeah.
There are other aircrafts.
We've been very naive and very spoiled in Europe, thinking that we are just secure and nothing's going to happen to our continent. And we've seen several wars on our continent and outside our continent, but also the threat of being, with the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier we had the gas crisis. Now we're over-dependent on technologies or medication coming from China. So the shift in mindset in Europe is mainly about, let's be aware of the fact that there are so many topics that could actually threat our way of living, could be a threat to our economy, could be a threat to our security. So it's not only about the 1.5%. The 1.5% is a way to have a more public debate on how to boost your society, how to make sure that every level of government is prepared to step in when it's needed. But it's not only the government, it's a whole of society approach. What can businesses do? What can people do themselves? And how can we as governments actually stimulate that and support that with some of the 1.5% spending?
Lorenzo, can I ask you about the defense industry, the degree to which civilian industry can help the military side? Are there capabilities in the civilian sector that can help you in this ramp up? Or are the two worlds of military and civilian technology so different now that actually, you need bespoke factories to build, helicopter ships, missiles, and all the rest of it?
No, they've been moving quite separately for a very long time, but now I think there is an important level of coordination that is needed and feasible. If you think about the world of cyber, then this is evident that cyber has for sure an importance in military, but is pervasive in the civil environment, and normally some of the technologies are highly in common between that. Then there is the simplest element that is the production capability. We are using some production capability, spare production capability from some sectors of civilian industry in order to boost, and I'm sure that other nations are doing the same. And this is probably the easiest thought. In terms of technology, I think there is more and more convergence, also for the reasons, as I said before, that pervasive technologies in the civilian world can help military technologies to be more focused and at the same time to use a gut-feeling approach, a real good for that purpose approach. More in general, I think that then I fully agree we should really stick to the capability that we want to provide. Just to give example for Italy, and I always want to liaise with the security. Of course, border control is a critical element, sea border control. So it's obvious that you do that with ships, with helicopters, with planes that have a lot in common with the military patrolling that is done. So there is a lot about commonality. Then there is a specific element that I think we should tackle with is the message, because in some countries, and Italy of course is one of those, the message related to global security, the link between security and economic wealth is much more palatable than a simpler, in words, increase in defense spending that is simply filling the inventories with missiles and ammunitions.
Mikael, did you want to come in?
Well, a couple of comments on technology, but also the broader question. I know I'm saying something that politicians do not want to hear maybe, but we have to stop sort of looking at defense investments as a burden to the society. If we have decided somehow that we have this threat environment for a long, unpredictable time, let's do the best of that, because it is actually extremely good engineering. It is GDP creating. It is tech spin-off creating activities, and we can actually, because of the sort of interface between civilian capabilities and military or defense industry capability is now sort of being less and less obvious. We can do so much more if we decide to say, okay, this is actually the future. And I think some countries like Germany has really gone that direction by actually almost replacing automotive capability industry with defense industries. On the technology side, I mean, many will go all the way and providing capabilities to the defense forces completely from a white paper coming from nowhere, or from the commercial side. On AI, of course, on connectivity, additive manufacturing, what have you. There are many areas. They are so important. But many of them actually get sort of killed in this death valley because the sort of the system that they think they will get cash flow from is not so, the pace of that system is not what they think it is. So I think we as prime defense industries have a big role in actually managing ecosystem of smaller companies, not sort of acquiring them, but actually connecting them to what we do to deliver capability to the defense forces. That is a model we have to prevail in.
Over to the politicians.
Yeah, you see, I can agree with Michael for the simple reason that I'm in charge of foreign policy and I'm the commander-in-chief, but not in charge of the budget. So I would encourage all of the politicians to listen to this. So I guess my job is more, and this is where I come, Finland and Sweden are the newest members. There's a huge deal on Global Eye published today. And I don't think, the Swedish defense industry or the Finnish defense industry, for that matter, would get these kinds of deals were we not in the alliance. So my commercial break is very simple, that when you look at comprehensive defense, you have to look at number one, networks, right? There you have two very good Finnish companies, Nokia and Bittium. Number two, you have to look at AI. Give you three companies, Sensor Fusion, Insta, and Nest AI. Number three, you have to look at vehicles, Patria. Number four, you have to look at ammo and explosive, Forsit and Nammo. And then number five, you have to look at space. You have ICEYE, Kuva Space, and Reorbit. So my message is, look at the Finnish defense industry. It's fantastic.
We were told not to do a sales pitch, but politicians are allowed to do what they want. Rob, did you catch my eye?
Yeah.
Do you want to sell Netherlands defense industry?
Yeah, we'll do the next commercial break. No, one of the things that we've decided, because we are going to boost our spending also in a very fast pace, but we are going to carve out 10% of a national defense budget for innovation. So really to make sure that we can boost the innovation coming from our universities, a lot of interesting startups and scale-ups in the Netherlands, but we also have a very strong collaboration with the National Knowledge Institute, with several companies from the defense industry, but also for dual use. And really to make sure that we can keep up the pace, because warfare is changing so rapidly that you have to carve out, in our case, 10% of the budget for innovation and building this ecosystem, and not doing just within the Netherlands, but with companies throughout Europe and in Northern America. But we also have very strong other companies that are in the end crucial for everything that we do in terms of security. So Alex already mentioned two of the Finnish companies, but we have with ASML probably right now the most important company within the EU. And there is a coalition of 10 to 15 European companies, part of the Tech Creators Coalition. And I think our 5 governments are now going to really support these companies to boost everything that they are doing, because without ASML, the American industry is nowhere. So it is not only about us being reliant on American technology or American innovations, we are also building a very strong European pillar. And in the end, the Americans and the Europeans together are the strongest alliance in the world, and we have to boost that as much as we can.
As you mentioned, ASML and AI, do you think that the Europeans need to develop technology with the United States together, or do they need to seek tech autonomy, so therefore their own tech stack, their own data, at least on the military side, their own command and control, their own data cloud, and their own AI for command and control?
Well, we have to be more independent in some cases. If you, for example, look at storage of personal data, obviously a lot of Europeans are angry that their personal data is stored outside of the EU. So we have to build our own data centers and our own AI factories so we can actually own the data of our own citizens. But in the end, there is no such thing as a European full autonomy or autarky. You will always need to collaborate with our friends in Canada, in the US, in other partnerships around the world. ASML and other tech companies can play a crucial role, both in the US and here. But one figure that is always mind-blowing to me is that ASML is right now by far the net worth biggest company in Europe, but only 2% of their customers are within Europe. So we have to diversify our own economies. We have to make sure that there are more customers in Europe, but that's also in addition to what you're selling to the Americans and countries in Asia.
We're sadly running out of time, but I just wanted to ask Lorenzo about this question of tech autonomy or tech sovereignty, and then I'll come back down the line.
Well, I'm absolutely in favor of collaboration, as Prime Minister said. My point is that when you sit at the table, the way you manage to shape the collaboration or to obtain the collaboration is also dependent upon what you bring to the table. So the two roles are not separated. Europe and the European side of the alliance has to invest to have its own capabilities, excellencies, also in order to preserve export, that is by far one of the sources of wealth of Europe. At the same time, there are areas where we cannot help but having a sound and friendly relationship with our transatlantic friends. And I think this is the purpose and the spirit of the NATO alliance, and also of the evolution that somebody is asking for at the moment.
Mikael?
There's no way we can sort of be efficient or actually keep up the competition if we don't use hyperscalers from the US when it comes to the basic functionality and cloud and connectivity in a proper way. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be able to use or keep track of our data centers, of course, as the Prime Minister mentioned, but also we can use lots of the AI models on our own. Agentive AI, adoption of AI can be done, but we have to work with these guys, otherwise we will never be competitive in the European perspective for a long time. We have a long journey to go if we want to have sovereignty in this area, my view. And let's remember, defense industries cannot be prohibited in the European perspective to use these hyperscalers. We need to use them in a proper way, but we cannot be prohibited to use them because then we will fall behind.
That's not up to the Europeans necessarily. Alex?
I think the question is too big to answer here, but I'll bring it back to where we started from on comprehensive security. We have a whole bunch of patriotic CEOs, and I think we need a lot of patriotic European CEOs, because what we're starting to see, especially in the frontier technology on artificial intelligence in the US, this sort of tension between the big tech players and the US government. And I think we have more companies that are willing to work for the good of Europe. But it would be a fallacy to think that we can somehow detach ourselves from American technology. What we need to do is to strengthen ourselves in quantum, because that is what is going to provide AI and AGI in the long run. We need to be strong on data centers, whether we like it or not. And I think there's a lot more negativity about the implications of AI in the US than what there is in Europe. So just like in security, don't think that it's a binary question, US or Europe. Same thing in technology. It's not binary, US or Europe. we're going to have to work together on this. And I think we're all learning as we're going along. I think the next stage is actually going to be to have some kind of global AI authority, and we're starting to see that bubbling up, and Europe can be quite good in that game as well.
That will be a subject for next year's NDIF. Thank you very much to my panel. Please join me in giving a round of applause. We've had many more questions that we could ask, but we've run out of time. Thank you.
Shall I wait for them? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in thanking our moderator and our panelists. Thank you very much indeed. All right, we continue to our next panel. And as I said before, our last panel, that military leaders don't hold all the levers, but they do still hold quite a few. And the defense industry delivers many of those levers or capabilities for our armed forces. And production, speed, stockpile depth, resilience, plus interoperability and sustainment all affect whether NATO can deter, defend, and also prevail in a contested environment. Our next session, Industry as a Military Variable, an alliance ready for tomorrow's battlefield, will cover all of these issues. Moderating our session, we have Natalie Tocci, James Anderson, Professor of Practice at Johns Hopkins University SAIS and Senior Fellow at the Institute for European Policymaking at Bocconi University. And to guide us with their best military advice, the chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Giuseppe Cavo-Dragone, and the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Alexis Grinkovich, and the Supreme Allied Commander for Transformational, Admiral Pierre Vandier. Welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this. Ooh, that was loud. And indeed, here we are, 1 year on, 5% is obviously on everyone's mind. And of course, in this 1 year, a lot has happened, and we've heard a lot about what has already happened. Spending is up, investments are rising. However, the challenge doesn't stop here. It is quite clear that the task at hand is really one of transforming money and investments in real military power. And so the key question which we need to address now is really how to ensure that industry delivers, and it delivers the necessary capacity at scale, at speed, and through constant innovation, while all at the same time remaining united, given that consensus is the name of the game in NATO. And how to ensure that what we produce is actually interoperable, that it is resilient, that it is sustainable. Because indeed, only if all of these conditions are met will deterrence and defense actually be capable. So let us jump straight into this question of military power. And we have, of course, an absolutely stellar panel here who have all of the answers. And let me begin, General Grinkovich, with you, to really give us the lay of the land as far as what the security environment is concerned. What are the threats that we face? What are the operational needs that emerge from these threats? And therefore, what, on the one hand, should citizens have in mind, but also, on the other, what does industry need to deliver?
Sure. Well, thanks for the question, and a pleasure to be here with you all today. You know, several of the other speakers, I think, starting with the Secretary General earlier, talked about how those who would do us harm are working together more than ever before. And this is a theme that has some real military implications. And the biggest implication of it is that the risk of conflict happening in multiple theaters around the world simultaneously or very near simultaneous to each other is much higher than it's been in a long time. And that will put a tremendous strain on our ability to deliver military effects given the capacity that we have in our inventories. And this is where industry becomes extremely important in order to build that capacity so that we can deliver those effects. We want to deliver them rapidly so we can quickly bring the enemy to culmination. The challenge when you have simultaneous conflicts and strained inventories of munitions is you increase the potential for the conflicts to protract, to become much longer. And so this is a real key for industry. If we can build our industrial capacity across a whole range of higher end, more exquisite systems to affordable mass type systems, we increase our ability to quickly bring a conflict to the close and hopefully deter it from even happening in the first place.
Well, indeed, we, Saker there really put his finger on this question of simultaneity, which I think is a story indeed of simultaneity of different conflicts happening at the same time, and simultaneity in terms of, therefore, different capacities that we need to develop at the same time. But while we need to develop at scale both the exquisite capacity and mass production, we also need to think ahead. And thinking ahead, Admiral Van Dier, I'm sorry, absolutely, I mean, that was really a faux pas. The question really is, indeed, what are the capacities that NATO needs to think about when thinking about its tomorrow? What are the areas that, indeed, the greatest attention needs to be paid to?
If we look at the Ukrainian war, it's now longer than the World War I. And what happened during World War I? In fact, all the war fighting changed. The aircraft was a toy at the beginning of the war, and we had air combat at the end. The tank didn't exist in the war. It was the first tank assaults at the end of the war. Same for the submarine. We see exactly the same effect of the protracted war in Ukraine, where the two opponents adapt themselves, and we've seen a strong adaptation from Ukraine, which is a digital nation. And today they are doing things ahead of a lot of nations in space, in robots, in AI, and they mass produce drones. They will produce 9 million drones this year. We've seen in the Gulf with Epic Fury that same tendency, the extensive use of AI and space intel to shorten the engagement loop. We've seen a lot of drones on both sides. And so this is to take in action today, to bring that in the planning, to bring the force structures. We know, for example, that a tank battalion would not survive without counter-drones today. That finding the targets will request some Ricky drones, cheap and massive numbers. So it's really what we have to implement today in our forces.
Yeah. Admiral Capodragone, you have, as chairman of the military committee, the tough job of keeping it all together. Consensus is really your task, and of course it's a task that is a daily task. It is not simply something that is done in key moments such as this. So give us a sense of, indeed, how to ensure that that consensus is actually built and that it delivers, and so as to ensure that the 5% goal that we are moving towards is actually reached and does not go to waste.
Well, first of all, the 5%, I consider that not just a number, but let's say promise, commitment to our military, that we will provide them with the tool they need to fight and win in case, is to our adversaries, that they will pay a higher and higher toll if they test us, and also to industry, that this is not just a moment, it's something solid right there, and they can count on that. As far as the waste, again, it is something that we pay a lot of attention to it. It is in the dark. It's something that we need to be aware of. Waste, for example, is when we have 32 system or platform different, not interoperable. When waste is when prestige prevail over readiness. Waste is when we sign a check and all the stuff. Support, munitions, enablers of a platform are late. These are waste that we need to be aware of, we and the industry. And as far as consensus, that's that's the challenge. But I'll tell you what. First of all, this is the right tool, and the military committee, I mean, it's the right tool where the right part of NATO in which we have, it happens that one morning we got into the meeting room with 32 different position or opinion or whatever, but we come out with only one. That's something that it is the guarantee that we as military committee provide really a military advice unfettered. I mean, you know, government changes, Chief of Defense changes, Chair of the Military Committee changes, but the threat is right there. It is evolving, but it's right there. It's our reference point to come up with a good, professional, and federal advice, which overlasts all the governments, I think, and that's the guarantee also for the industry that have something stable. So at this point, it is a commitment. It is not the moment, as I told you. Our demand is something right there. It is a trajectory we are on, and we want the industry to jump on it. I mean, no more behind the scene, but step on the stage and sing and play with us, because deterrence is something we build together.
And indeed, it is really a story about industry in sync with government, with NATO working together, and doing so at speed. Now, speed, Admiral, is really a word that I've heard you talk about a lot in the past, and I've heard you define time as really being the main battle space. Could you perhaps give us a sense about what you actually mean by this, and how do we actually ensure that speed is delivered?
Yep. Speed, time, velocity are the three words that are most recurrent from this morning on.
Right.
I mean, time, of course, connect all the domains. I mean, times dictates when we see a threat and when we act. Drones has shown us very clearly. They decide the time between a target is detected and to the time in which it is struck. Industry, military, and institution need to change their mindset. We need to work and to react on a fastest clock all together, all of us. And basically, that's I would make it very short. The next advantage will not belong to the alliance with the nicest, the most modern, most sophisticated, the sexiest platform or system, but to the one who can learn fastest, decide fastest, scale fastest, recover fastest in peace, crisis, and war. At the end of the day, my personal opinion is time is no more a battlefield variable, but it is an operational domain.
Absolutely. Admiral Vandier, I want to come to you on this question of speed, because I think there is indeed a key nexus really between speed and innovation, right? We will innovate the fastest if we are faster in actually changing constantly our models and constantly questioning ourselves. Could you talk to us a little bit about how you actually see that relationship between speed and innovation?
So there are two critical things to deliver faster. One is being done today. It's what we call the aggregated demand. That means that all the nations go together and they see how they will fulfill SACEUR's plans. And today that job has been made, and the demand signal is pretty clear on what exists. The other part is what doesn't exist, or what we should implement. So that was the example of drones, for example, on all domains. In fact, we need a fast track to implement this. If we just apply what we've done before, that means that it's 3 years to define the needs, then to define the requirements, then to go to contracts, and then to deliver. That makes roughly a 6 to 7 years cycle, which is the obsolescence of the technology we are speaking about. New LLMs, they go, you have a new one each 4 months. The updates of the drones, it's a weekly update. Yeah. So if we are not able to have contracts that are at that pace, in fact, we will have a technological debt. And I think today we have
pretty the same contracting process for an aircraft carrier and for a software. We need to have a fast track. This is essential.
General Brinkovic, without obviously scaring us too much, but could you give us perhaps a more granular sense of exactly what are the military risks if we don't do all of this?
Yeah, so if you think about the ready forces that we're building across the alliance, no doubt in my mind that allies are spending to their Hague Summit commitments. They're going to get the tanks and airplanes and ships, those long lead items that we need, into their inventories in line with their capability targets. And some will meet them quicker than others, but we'll get there. The thing that you need now is the depth of munitions and the replacement capability for those in the event of attrition on the battlefield. And so, you know, where you might have used to thought of, you send a fighter squadron or you send an infantry brigade into battle, that they go with 30 days of supply. And if you build that 30 days of supply, you're really good to go. And that's all you need to think about. What we really need to develop is the back end of that industrial base that can sustain that fight over a longer period of time. So it becomes as much about building the capability as building the ecosystem that can sustain the fight. And that ecosystem can't just be static. As Admiral Vandier mentioned, the development and innovation cycles are running at faster and faster rates. And so as we resupply our forces that are on the front lines, as we replace the things that have been attrited in combat, we want those to be more modern, more adapted to whatever changes we're going to see on the battlefield. This, to me, is one of the real lessons from the conflict in Ukraine, from the conflicts in the Middle East, is that you have to build a very tight relationship between the militaries and the industrial base, so you have really rapid discussions about what it is that the battlefield requirements are on the front line, and then industry can talk about what they can deliver, and in that tight loop, deliver much more quickly. You know, someone this morning talked about the general's opinions on what they might need isn't as important as someone on the front line. I absolutely agree. The fingertip feel for what's needed is going to come from the front line, and we've got to figure out how to make those connections at the right echelons.
Yeah. Admiral Capodragone, in a sense, a related question that comes from the floor. What is, you feel, the military problem that is actually most critical for industry to address for NATO?
I think that what we should be aware of is that, I mean, we have more money available. Yeah. We have more money on the table. So again, we have to, to transform money in capabilities or effect on the battlefield. We cannot just wave money in face of the enemy because it's not going to work. But the thing is that temptation or something that could happen is that with more money, there should be the tendency that we need to intercept at the earliest to more fragmentation. So the temptation should be there. And I think this
Sağ duruş. Döner at. Noktası. Selam. Dur.
Merhaba, Aşkar.
Okay. Öncelikle NATO Liderler Zirvesi'nde değerli dostumla Ankara'da bir arada olmak bizlere ayrı bir güç katmıştır. Kendilerine hoş geldiniz diyorum.
First here, on the occasion of the NATO summit, I would like to welcome my valuable friend, Mr. President Trump, who has participated here today with us and added strength to the summit that we are convening for.
Ve bu ziyaretin ne kadar önemli olduğunu özellikle ifade etmek istiyorum.
And I would like to express how important this summit is that we are here gathering for.
NATO Liderler Zirvesi'nin bugün Ankara'da yapılıyor olması ve tüm liderlerin şu anda ülkemizde bir araya gelmesi, yarın değerli dostum Sayın Trump'la birlikte olması bizlere ayrı bir güç katacaktır.
The fact that we are convening here today for the NATO Ankara summit and that all the leaders are arriving and tomorrow with the presence of President Trump, which will be adding might and strength to our summit.
Kendilerine tekrar hoş geldiniz diyorum.
Once again, I would like to say welcome, Mr. President.
Well, I want to thank you very much. As everybody knows, it's been very much reported. We are great friends. The president has done an incredible job. Just landing at the airport, to see such a beautiful airport, and to have a building named after me. I was very happy about that. That was very nice. The airport is absolutely beautiful. The roads coming in were brand new and beautiful, and you've been a great leader and a respected leader all over the world, and we really do. We've had right from the beginning good chemistry. We've had a very special relationship. Turkey has become, under the president, a very powerful country militarily. People don't know how powerful, actually. They have a lot of our equipment, and they have a lot of great soldiers, and they're really somebody to be reckoned with. And the nice part is that because of the relationship that we have, it's all gone very well. I just want to say that I have a lot of respect for the president, and I think it's really to the benefit of both countries. We're going to be talking today about trade. We're going to be talking about other things having to do with the military, lots of different things. Probably we'll mention Iran, where we have essentially decimated their military. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we're going to have some very good discussions. But we do a lot of trade with Turkey. We make great things, and they make great things. And we've had a very, very It's had a very big impact on both of our countries. So I just want to tell you that it's an honor to be with you, and we're going to have a lot of good meetings. We're going to have good dinners, good food. We're going to have a good time, but mostly we're going to have a lot of work, and we're going to do good things for our countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, havama kadar geldiniz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz o yüzden. Çok uzun süren bir dostluğumuz var biliyorsunuz. Son derece saygı duyduğum, yakın olduğum bir insansınız. Buradaki buluşmalarımızda, görüşmelerimizde 3 konudan bahsedeceğiz. Askeri, ticari ve bir de İran konusundan bahsedeceğiz. Gerçekten çok güçlüsünüz. Çok güçlü askeri ve silah sanayi açısından çok güçlü bir yerdesiniz şu anda. Dolayısıyla teşekkür ediyorum ve çok iyi bir vakit geçirdiğine inanıyorum.
Thank you.
Very much.
Okay.
Mr. President, are you going to sell F-35s to Turkey, and what about the legal restrictions?
Well, it's a decision we're going to make. We have a very good relationship. I would think that many people, I can tell you, many people, including the people sitting right here, thinks, why wouldn't we do that? We have a better relationship with Turkey, and Turkey's been in many ways much more loyal than other countries that we think would be loyal. So, yeah, it's something certainly we would consider. It's a great plane. It's the best, currently the best plane by far. And it's certainly something we will consider, yeah. Yes, Daniel, please. You never know why a relationship is special. Some people you get along with, and some people you don't. Sometimes you get along with the toughest people, like him, and sometimes you don't get along with the weakest, most pathetic people. You just don't get along. Maybe you don't respect them, but from the day we met, we got along. We had a pastor, as I remember, his name was Pastor Brunson, and it was a very big thing, and it was very traumatic. He was sentenced to a long-term prison sentence, and I felt he was innocent, and I called. Other people called. They got nowhere. I called the president, and he released him immediately. It was something that the evangelical community will never forget, and because he was a good man, Pastor Brunson. So, just things like that, we just it's always worked out. And I think it's been from the very beginning, from the first moment. I said it before, it's a chemistry that works between us. There are those that I don't have a good chemistry with, I will tell you that. And we work that out too. Say it?
Are further troop drawdowns in Europe likely? And are you satisfied with the progress that NATO allies have made?
Well, we're going to see. I was very disappointed with NATO. And frankly, if it weren't held in Turkey, where my friend happens to be a very strong leader, a very strong person, it's possible that I wouldn't have attended. I felt I had to attend because of the fact that, I know he's gone all out. It was a big thing to have NATO come to Turkey or any place else. It's a big thing. But we weren't treated well because we did something in Iran. We don't need anybody's help. I didn't even want their help. But before I asked, they said they wouldn't be there. And we've invested trillions of dollars in NATO. Why? To protect European countries and others, Canada, etc., but to protect people, countries from, generally speaking, it used to be the Soviet Union, now it's Russia. And I say that's fine, but you would think that they'd be very willing to do something to help us, and they really weren't. In the case of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister, I guess he's no longer there, maybe because of this. It was a very unpopular thing he did. He said, no, we'll help after the war is over. I said, I don't need that kind of help. We didn't need any help at all. And in a way, I was testing people. I was testing to see whether or not they'd be there, because I've long said that we help them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay. But, you know, why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us? We've always been there for them.
Türkiye ile Suriye arasında Türkiye'de efendim.
İran'daki savaşın sona erdirilmesi için oldukça çaba sarf ettiniz. Müzakere süreci devam ediyor ancak nihai bir anlaşma noktasına gelinmiş değil. Bundan sonraki süreçte Türkiye nasıl adım atacak İran ve ABD arasındaki müzakere sürecinin olumlu bir şekilde neticelenmesi için?
Bu süreçte yine aynı şekilde bizler İran-Amerika ilişkilerini nasıl bir düzleme kavuştururuz? Onun gayreti içerisindeyiz. Elimizden geleni yapmak suretiyle dünya barışına bir adım atalım diye gerek şahsım, gerek arkadaşlarım hep birlikte çalışacağız.
Ben sizlere 80 bine yakın insan hayatını kaybetti Gazze'de. Çok büyük bir yıkım var. Ateşkes sağlandı ama yer yer bu ihlaller devam ediyor. Ateşkes ihlallerinin önlenmesi için, insani yardımların Gazze'ye girebilmesi için, ayrıca Gazze'nin yeniden inşa edilebilmesi için önümüzdeki süreçte ortak atabileceğiniz adımları değerlendirecek misiniz muhatabınızla? Müsaade buyururlarsa kendisinin de bu konudaki fikirlerini almak isteriz. Teşekkür ederiz efendim.
Özellikle Gazze konusunda tabii değerli dostumla bunları da konuşarak özellikle bu bölgedeki barışı sağlama için bu liderler zirvesini çok önemsiyoruz ve bu liderler zirvesinden aynı şekilde bir kararın çıkmasını da hayra yorumluyoruz ve bunun olabileceğine de ben ihtimal veriyorum.
Efendim, Türkiye-ABD ilişkilerinin geliştiği bir dönemi gözlemliyoruz. 2025 yılında geçen yıl Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'ne yaptığınız ziyarette önemli ticari anlaşmalar da imzalandı. Suriye konusunda Türkiye'nin önemli bir aktör olduğunu söylemişti Sayın ABD Başkanı. Şimdi yeni dönemde gelmeden önce de Sayın Trump bir sürprizle geliyorum ifadesini kullandı. F-35'i, Kaan savaş uçaklarının motorlarını konuştuk. Acaba gündeme gelebilir mi şeklinde. Siz bu sürprizin ne olduğunu düşünüyorsunuz? Türkiye bugünkü görüşmelerden sonra istediğini alabilecek mi? Teşekkür ederim.
Tabii F-35 konusu biliyorsunuz bizim için yeni bir konu değil. Ve bunu bizler Amerika ile daha önce de görüştük. Ve biz 5 uçağı da sözünü aldık ve Sayın Trump'ın bu konuda bize ayrıca sözü var ve şimdi de bu liderler zirvesinde yapacağımız görüşmelerde F-35 ile ilgili kendilerinden bu daha önce aldığımız sözün ben geleceğe yönelik olumlu şekilde test ettiğimizi biliyorum ve bu konuda da Sayın Trump her zaman sözünün arkasındadır. Burada yine inşallah F-35 konusunda bu liderler zirvesinden hayırlı bir karar çıkacağına inanıyorum.
What does that mean?
Is it going to be handed over to a third party? Is that not part of the deal?
Third party? What is the third, with respect to what?
There's our concerns about the Russian missile defense system. Do you have those concerns about this system? Are they going
I
to
have no concerns at all about anything. I mean, he's a leader of a country that he's made a much better country, much more powerful country, and you see it. I mean, it's beautiful. You get off, the roads are beautiful. It's an amazing thing. Now, I have no concerns about anything having to do with Turkey. The relationship, I would say the relationship with Turkey right now is better probably than it's ever been. It was good in my first 4 years, but I think now it's probably even better than that, if that's possible.
Sir,
U.S. military and Turkish military constitute a really strong and large military base for NATO. Are we expecting further defense cooperation out of this bilateral meeting, out of this NATO summit here in Ankara?
Well, we're going to find out when I go there. We're going to find out. We're going to be having meetings. I'm very friendly with many of the leaders. You know, some of them are new. We don't know them. But, you know, I've been doing this for now sort of a long time. If you count the 4 years where we had a rigged election, you know, I was very much into politics then, too. But I spent the first 4 years. I spent 4 years in a little different state. And then we've had an amazing, probably the best year maybe ever had by an American president. When you look at the economy, we have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have $19 trillion, $19.2 trillion to be exact, being invested in the United States. That's 7 or 8 times more than it's ever had. It's a world record, not just a U.S. record. And I just read where, in fact, coming over, I was in the car with those beautiful horses, those great riders, those great soldiers, and it came over the wires that Toyota is moving out of Mexico into the United States and building one of the biggest truck and car plants ever built. That's amazing. That's what tariffs do, if properly used. And so we've never had a more exceptional economy or potential economy. There's never been anything like it. Under the last administration, they did much less than $1 trillion of investment coming in. And we're at $19.2 trillion in actually the first 12 months, because that's where it's, you know, really, so we're there a year and a half, so that number is now substantially higher. But 19.2 trillion, Scott, for a period of 12 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So we have by far the greatest economy. We have more jobs right now in the United States than ever before. And we have a great relationship with some countries on trade, and Turkey happens to be one of them.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, siz her fırsatta dünya 5'ten büyüktür, daha acil bir dünya mümkün tutuyorsunuz. Bugün konuğunuz Sayın Trump, ABD Başkanı, onun da zaman zaman küresel sistemin mevcut durumuna ilişkin eleştirilerini biliyoruz. NATO'nun 2 en büyük askeri gücü olarak bu noktada, bu eleştiriler doğrultusunda ortak bir adım, ortak bir girişimde bulunması önümüzdeki süreçte söz konusu olabilir mi?
NATO'da 2 önemli ülke olarak gerek Amerika gerekse Türkiye, bizler bu liderler zirvesinden de dayanışma içerisinde güçlü bir çıkışı sağlayacağız ve bunu da başaracağımıza inanıyorum.
Bu yana arabuluculuk tesis ettiğiniz, 2 ülkenin Dışişleri Bakanlarını Antalya Diplomasi Forumu'nda bir araya getirdiniz. İstanbul'da çok önemli müzakereler yürüttünüz. Bu zirve kapsamında da Sayın Trump'ın Sayın Zelenski ile görüşeceğini biliyoruz. Nihai aşama olarak hangi noktadayız? Savaşın sonlanması konusundaki gidişata ilişkin değerlendirmeniz nedir? Teşekkürler.
Antalya Diplomasi Forumu'nda Dışişleri Bakanlarımız bir araya geldiler. İstanbul müzakere sürecini de...
Is that for me? Are you asking me, or are you asking the president? The president, yes.
Biz Rusya-Ukrayna arasındaki bu gelişmeleri de yine değerli dostumla burada paylaşacağız, görüşeceğiz ve ona göre de adımlarımızı atacağız.
Televizyon kanalından Hatice Kübra Bal, benim sorum da aslında az önce biraz yanıtladınız ama Türkiye'nin 5. nesil uçağı Kaan motorları için F-110 motorlarından söz edeceğiz. Aynı zamanda kassa yaptırımları ve bu bağlamda da F-35 alımı ile ilgili aslında bu görüşmeden bir somut sonuç bekleyebilir miyiz? Onu merak ediyoruz.
Ben bunu daha önce değerli dostumla görüştüm ve Kaan'la ilgili onun motorları noktasında bu liderler zirvesinde bu görüşmeyi değerli dostumla tekrar bir araya geldik. Onu görüşeceğiz ve inanıyorum ki bununla ilgili bize verdiği müjdeyi burada da tekrar edecektir. Ve bu müjdeyle de herhalde liderler zirvesinde kendisine teşekkür edeceğiz.
You know, I might add that Turkey bought planes. It's the best plane. But they bought planes from the United States. And when you buy a plane from the United States, if there's engine rehab and other things that are done to engines, there's various things that happen, including just maintenance. I think we have an obligation to maintain engines and help them maintain engines. When you buy a plane from us, what are we going to do? Say you're buying a plane if the engine needs work or if the engine has to be rehabilitated or even upgraded somewhat, but I think we have an obligation to do that. What are you going to do? Say, I'm not going to do that? Look, Turkey's been, I know, you know, a lot of people don't agree, although I think with time they're starting to. Turkey has been a great ally for us. Turkey could have gone on the side. They know Iran very well, and they know the problems with Iran. But they've been very instrumental, along with a couple of other countries, of helping. They could have gotten into the fight. You know, I hear some people saying about their relationship with Israel. They could have gotten into the fight. They're a very powerful military nation. They didn't do that. Maybe they didn't do that because of me, but they could have gotten into the fight on the other side. They are a nation that's been very, very good, and I can speak for myself as president. They've been extraordinary in many ways with respect to our relationship, including trying to end the war with Iran, or whatever you call it. It's not even a war, it's a military operation. It's a denuclearization. That's really what it is, of Iran, because I don't think he wants to see them have a nuclear weapon either. I'm pretty sure of that. In fact, I'm totally sure of that. So, but when they buy a product from us, whether it's a plane or anything else, when it's time for maintenance, I think don't we have an obligation to help them? What are we going to do? Say, we're not going to let you use the product that you spent a lot of money in buying? And especially when it's been somebody that, frankly, has been more helpful to the United States than many other more traditional countries. I do. I had a very good talk with President Putin, who, by the way, has a lot of respect for President Erdogan, a lot of respect for him. We had a long talk yesterday. It lasted a long time, and I also spoke with President Zelensky right after that. I think they both want to make a deal. It's too bad it took so long, but I think there's going to be something's going to come out, and the president's also helping us with that. But I think there's something. You know, I settled 8 wars, and I think we're going to be settling a 9th. It doesn't seem likely now, but sometimes with war, I see when it's least likely, that's when it happens. I had a very good talk with President Putin. I had a very good talk with, I would say, as a combination. A lot of times I'd do well with Putin, and Zelensky would be a problem, or vice versa. Zelensky would be great, and Putin would be. They both want to get it settled now. More than that, that's all I do in my life is deals. I know deals. And I think I think we're going to get it settled, hopefully soon. Last month, 35,000, mostly soldiers, died. The month before that, it was 24,000. The month before that, it was 27,000. And the month before that, it was 29,000. But last month, it was 35,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, died. And that's crazy.
Ancak savunma sanayi işbirliğimizi sürdürebilmemiz için Amerika'nın katsayı yaptırımlarını da kaldırmış olması gerekiyor. Sayın Büyükelçi Barak burada kendisinin bu konuda aslında mesajları da oldu geçtiğimiz aylarda. Sayın Başkan'ın da bu konuda olumlu düşündüğünü biliyoruz. Hem ticaret hacmi hedefine ulaşmak hem de NATO zirvesinde burada Sayın Trump gelmeden önce de açıkladılar. Aslında Türkiye'nin hattıyla zirveye katıldığını da açıkladılar ama aynı zamanda katsayı yaptırımlarının Türkiye'ye uygulanıyor olmasının bir tezat olduğu düşünülüyor. Bu noktada, bu görüşmede artık somut bir netice alınabilir mi? Ayrıca siz bunu gündeme taşıyacaksınızdır muhtemelen. Sayın Başkanım da bu konudaki düşüncelerini alabilirsem mutlu olurum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
I can tell you, we're going to be taking the sanctions off. Okay? I don't want him to waste his time answering that question because we're working very closely with Marco Rubio, a very famous man, great Secretary of State, and with Scott Bessent, and with Pete and everybody else. We're going to be taking the sanctions off. It's time to do that. Okay? We don't want to sanction friends. It's very simple. There's plenty of people we can sanction, and we are sanctioned. We don't want to sanction friends. And because of the president, you know, we have a very good relationship with the new leader of Syria, and he's done an amazing job. In a year and a half, he's pulled the whole country together. And I have a very great relationship with him. And somebody said, well, he's pretty rough to put him there. I approved him along with the president. We were the two that really wanted him. And he's done a great job. He's done a great job. He's pulled it together. Not an easy job.
Post yesterday with respect to Prime Minister Maloney, that True Social post with the restraining order.
Oh, I don't know. I think she's a nice person, actually. We've had a good, we had a bad relationship. It became a little bad because she refused to help us. Again, I didn't put a heavy press on her, but she refused to get involved with the Hormuz Strait, or you could also say just Iran. She refused to get involved. So it soured my relationship with her a little bit. But I like her. I think she's a nice person, actually. But I think she made a mistake. You know, they get a lot of their oil from, we don't get any of our, we have a lot of oil. The United States has more oil than anybody. And when you add Venezuela to it, it's like we have far more oil than anybody. We don't need the straits. We do this because we think it's an important thing to do. But she just wasn't there for us. And I wasn't happy about that. You can imagine, I wasn't happy about that.
Why do you think that? What conditions have changed? Did Putin seem...
About with what?
Russia, Ukraine. Did Putin seem open to any concessions that he
Never
had?
changed. I just don't want him killing people. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. When Biden was here, he gave them hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment. Now I sell the equipment for, you know, fair price, the full price. And I sell it not to Ukraine, I sell it to the European Union. They pay us. But with me, it's not anything to do other than I'd like to save lives. You have 25, 35, 30. One time it hit 41,000 a month souls. They're dead. They leave their mother in Ukraine. They leave their mother and father in Russia, Ukraine. They wave goodbye. And a week later, they're dead. It's crazy. And I would like to see, it doesn't affect us. It really, you know, it's far away. It affects Europe much more. We're there to help Europe, but it doesn't affect the United States. We have an ocean in between. But, you know, it's just, I can't stand watching what's happening. I've seen the pictures of those battlefields, and it's a drone war. It's a war of drones. It's a whole new technology. And we're actually the leader in drones now. We have the most sophisticated drones, but people wouldn't believe how violent it is. And I've seen the battlefields. They send me pictures. I actually want to say, don't send them to me. Pete, this man right here sends me pictures. Pete Hegseth. And I said, Pete, you know what? Doesn't help to look. I've never seen anything like it. It's carnage. And it should stop.
Open to any concessions to end the war? Did Putin seem open to any concessions to end the war in your call with him?
I get along very well with both, and we're going to get it settled. And President Erdogan's helping us get it settled, as he's helping with Iran. With respect to what? Well, that's what hurt my relationship with NATO, because Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part for the United States. And it's surrounded by China ships and Russian ships. And that's not going to happen. The ships it's not going to happen. it was Greenland that, and it continues to be, that should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark. And when they wouldn't go along with it, and with all the money we spend to help them with Russia, and we don't have to spend any money, we could remove all of our soldiers out of Europe. Because as you probably noticed, Europe's a very different place than it was 20 years ago. A lot different, much different. It's a much different, and they better be careful with immigration and energy. If they're not careful with those two things, you're not going to have a Europe anymore. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Değerli arkadaşlar,
One thing, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Harika gerçekten. İnanılmaz bir şey yani.
Pa mi smo uvijek zastupali, to je od pamtivijeka načelo slobode plovidbe i sigurnosti, da je sloboda sigurnosti svaka zemlja i članica međunarodne zajednice Ujedinjenih naroda. Dakle, imamo jednaku odgovornost i sloboda plovidbe bi trebala biti zajamčena, ali o tome će naravno se može razgovarati. Ali za nas je apsolutno sigurnost plovidbe.
Evo, vezala bi se na Tihomira, pa bi dodala da u nacrtu deklaracije piše da su se sve zemlje članice, a to je usvojeno na razini veleposlanika, znači to je formalnost zapravo na kraju ovog foruma, da su sve zemlje članice se usuglasile da A, Iran ne smije imati nuklearno oružanje i B, slobodnu plovidbu hormuškim tjesnacem. Što bi to značilo na razini cijelog saveza? Kako vi to vidite?
Pa vidim kao jedan napredak i upravo ovaj današnji summit, ovogodišnji summit pridonosi jedinstvu, jačanju jedinstva, transatlantske suradnje i ono što je, kada govorimo o obrani i sigurnosti, Europe i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, niti Sjedinjene Američke Države mogu bez Europu, niti je Europa bez Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, ali vi ste vidjeli u zadnjih mjeseci, počev od one subote 28. veljače, što se sve događalo i koliko smo bili zabrinuti upravo i zbog hormuškog tjesnaca koji je bio zatvoren i koliko su građani, koliko je Hrvatska, naravno isto kao i sve druge države, koliko je vlada bila angažirana u smanjivanju, u pridonošenju, smanjivanju utjecaja, negativnih implikacija na ono što se događalo, dakle, zbog hormuškog tjesnaca, to je visoka cijena energetskih derivata, energenata općenito. Tako da i ovo što se događalo u međuvremenu i višeputno sastajanje i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država i Irana za pregovarački stol, što smo mi od početka pozdravili. Evo i pozdravili smo i što se to dogodilo u Pakistanu. Pakistan je bio medijator, to je zemlja upravo gdje ću ja biti sutra prvi europski ministar koji će posjetiti tu zemlju koja je doista važna i koja opet nudi i dalje svoje usluge. Svakako da su ove teme apsolutno da će biti na stolu, da će se o njima razgovarati. Ono što je najvažnije je zapravo da nema ratnih djelovanja, da je hormuški tjesnac otvoren i da sad o raznim drugim modalitetima će se nastaviti razgovarati kao što se razgovaralo još od 2015. 16. godine o ugovoru o nuklearnom naoružanju. Tako da sve je to na stolu. I želimo čuti što će drugi isto tako reći. Mislim da to glavni tajnik Mark Rutte dobro koordinira i ono što je najvažnije da imamo afirmativan pristup prema budućnosti našega saveza i cjelokupnom euroatlantskog prostora, ali i međunarodne zajednice, jer mir je, nema alternativne za mir. A s pogledom isto tako i na Ukrajinu.
Sada dolaze u ovim trenucima Ursula von der Leyen, predsjednica Europske komisije i predsjednik Europskog vijeća. Dolaze zajedno na razgovor. Imate nekoliko programa koji su kompatibilni, ali opet s jedne strane imamo SAFE u koji Europska unija, odnosno država Europske unije, ulažu novac za proširenje kapaciteta, s druge strane ono što NATO traži, prije svega američki predsjednik, da se to i formalizira. Tako se samo prisjetimo da je prošli tjedan dok je bio u Washingtonu, glavni tajnik Rutte rekao da se Vladimir Putin nikako ne boji preuzetih obveza, nego njihovih izvršavanja. Smatrate li vi i vaši kolega na ovim sastancima da zaista se izvršavaju obveze koje su preuzete u Hagu i s druge strane da je to dobar tempo, odnosno da se to događa na vrijeme?
Pa vaše pitanje je apsolutno u redu, jer ono zapravo prati dinamiku svega onoga što se događa u ovoj vrlo izazovnom vremenu s kojima gdje smo suočeni sa velikom krizom na Bliskom istoku i naravno ratom, agresijom Rusije na Ukrajinu, ali o svemu trebamo razgovarati i razgovarat ćemo. Ja mislim da jesmo, da je tu NATO savez apsolutno ispunio svoje obveze i da je tu gospodin glavni tajnik u pravu.
Možda još jedno neizbježno pitanje ministre, to smo pitali i ministra Anušića prije 2-3 sata. Jeste li, s obzirom da na samitu Hrvatsko predstavlja predsjednik, odnosno uvijek predstavlja predsjednik Republike, jeste li vaše stavove usuglasili sa uredom njegovim?
Pa vidite, kad govorimo o stavovima, sve ono što radi se za predsjednika države, za predsjednika Sabora, za predsjednika vlade, to radi Ministarstvo vanjskih i europskih poslova, to je zajednički servis, to je zajedničko tijelo koje priprema materijale. Vi ste spomenuli da je sve i ova deklaracija dogovorena na razini veleposlanika, prema tome tu nema nekakvih posebnih iznenađenja. Kada govorimo o vanjskoj politici, onda znate da je predsjednik vlade apsolutno vodi vladu i državu u onom smjeru koja je kompatibilna i koja je usuglašena sa glavnim smjerom kojeg vodi Europska unija, koja vodi NATO savez i osobito kada je u pogledu Ukrajina. Predsjednikovi istupi nekad odudaraju od tog smjera, tako da idemo vidjeti što će predsjednik isto tako sutra reći. Nadamo se da neće biti iznenađenja.
Znači niste upoznati sa onim što će...
Ja ne znam što će predsjednik govoriti. Ja znam što je Ministarstvo vanjskih i europskih poslova radilo. Radimo zajedno s našim saveznicima, s našim partnerima, prije svega sa saveznicima. To je jedna uobičajena diplomatska aktivnost gdje naše stalno predstavništvo u Briselu radi, priprema i čak i predlaže usuglašeno onaj narativ koji je narativ NATO saveza i koji ne bi trebao odskakati. Hoće li predsjednik doći u situaciju da kaže nešto drugo? Ja to ne znam. Dakle, kada dođe na red predsjednika govoriti, onda će on reći, hoće on pročitati ili će ono što mu je pripremljeno u 3 minute ili će reći nešto drugo, ja to ne znam. Ali mi znamo koji je stav nas kao zemlje članice, lojalne članice NATO saveza, dakle i svih onih vrijednosti koje smo preuzeli našim članstvom u NATO savezu. O drugome ja ne mogu govoriti koji će biti njegov nastup.
Ministre, iako se ovdje većina zemalja koje su došle i u završnoj deklaraciji, pogotovo glavni tajnik, šalju poruke jedinstva, sklada, dakle da nema problema u Savezu, ipak je Donald Trump, nema sad dugo da je održao jedan zajednički susret s predsjednikom Erdoganom i od njega smo ponovno mogli čuti poruke kako smatra da SAD treba kontrolirati Grenland, kako ponovno je tu bila kritika prema ostatku NATO saveza, odnosno prema europskim zemljama članicama. Dakle, koliko vas brine nestabilnost koja stalno dolazi od predsjednika Trumpa bez obzira na sve vrste dogovora?
Pa ne brine nas jer smo mi naučili već na jedan način ili stil kako predsjednik Trump to govori. Bilo je to i u ranijim mjesecima i tako dalje. Vidite, i kada ne bi bilo sklada negdje, mi apsolutno trebamo njegovati tendenciju prema stvaranju sklada. Jer, čujte, drugačije nemate alternativu za jedan savez čiji su ciljevi jedinstvo, solidarnost, kolektivna obrana i zajedničko odvraćanje od prijetnji. Tako da tu samo mogu ja sad, čini mi se po ovome kako smo i pripremili ovaj NATO summit i deklaraciju i općenito sve dokumente koji se činjavaju ovaj summit, mislim da možemo reći da sam optimističan i da možemo reći u odnosu na ranije godine da će ovaj summit biti jako dobar i da će polučiti dobre rezultate i da će pokazati upravo to transatlantsko jedinstvo i zajedništvo. Hvala.
doviđenja, bo Okay, good evening, both of you. I'm so happy that we have this opportunity. Thank you for being here at the NATO summit. I basically would say that when it comes to NATO and EU cooperation, it couldn't be better. We have a clear distinction of labor where NATO is working on the capabilities and the standards and the command and control, and basically all the rest is being handled by the European Union. So that has to do with resilience, infrastructure, the defense industrial base, but also money. And you are so successful in making sure, for example, through SAFE and all the other programs the EU is running, that the money is there supporting the 27 EU countries, 23 of which are also a member of NATO, an ally within the alliance, that the money is there. So for all these reasons, and this is crucial, because we have the Russian threat, we know the Russians work together with North Korea, China and Iran, so we cannot be naive, we have to pull together. This is exactly what we are doing, and I really want to both thank you for that. So whom can I give the floor? Is there a protocol order?
We have a protocol order, my friend.
So you first.
Dear Mark, dear Ursula, first of all, I would like to express I'm so glad with this, our strategic cooperation. Our member states, as you knowledge, are fulfilling their commitments.
Yeah.
And Europe is taking greater responsibility in our own defense.
Absolutely.
And now we need to continue. And what the European citizens expect from this Ankara summit is a clear message. Then we can continue to rely on NATO for their own defense and also for our deterrence, based on the very strong transatlantic relationship. Then my best wishes for this summit and for a clear outcome.
Thank you so much.
And also from my side, my dear friend Mark, thank you very much for this meeting here in Ankara. Indeed, a strong Europe is a strong NATO. And we are determined to fill the gaps that we see in the defense posture. And for that, we have mobilized 800 billion euros up to 2030 that have to be invested to have a strong defense industrial base. Not only do we want a strong defense industrial base, but also we want more joint venture with Ukraine, because they are highly innovative and battlefield experience. And of course, we want more joint procurement within the European Union, because this means interoperability. So many topics to discuss with you. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you so much. So
thank you.
Let's start. Bye-bye.
Nerede?
35. Gelenlere hiç bekletmeden direkt kim gelirse bekliyoruz artık.
Devlet başı, hostur! Haydi, ya Allah! Devlet başı, hastur!